Here and act like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not new to me. This is some shit that these guys came up with. From what I understand, it's a whole movement. A whole movement. I thought it was just an acronym. I didn't know this shit was a movement. Right? S.B.E. So for those that don't know what S.B.E means, it means shame, blame, and explain, right? Shame, blame, and explain. We got an acronym for everything. Shame, blame, and explain. Right? So let's see what we're talking about here, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Shout out to Maul. I see you, Beretta 9, Janadrian. I see you. Romello, what's good? I see you, Romello. Yeah, them shirts is coming, Romello. Them shirts is coming. Right? Them shirts is definitely coming. Cafe 702, I see you. Marvel. I'm gonna stop chewing this gum, y'all. And probably annoying people. Shout out to Ray S. I see you in the building, Ray S. So my man says, what's the movement I just jumped on? S.B.E. Shame, blame, and explain. All right, I'm gonna be calling some names tonight, right? Not to diss people, but you know, it's relevant. It's relevant. Shame, blame, and explain. It's kind of like what I've been talking about, but I didn't know that they made up a name for this. Right? So shame, blame, and explain. What shame, blame, and explain the movement, what it is trying to explain to men is that you can't shame women into good behavior. The ones who I didn't know that they made up a name for this. Right? So shame, blame, and explain. What shame, blame, and explain the movement, what it is trying to explain to men is that you can't shame women into good behavior. The ones who are, committing these, dysfunctional, atrocious shenanigans, right? The women we talk about. The women we talk about. So shame, blame, and explain the movement is basically telling guys in the manosphere, yo, man, why are you guys trying to tell these women or show, we showing them y'all doing this, y'all doing that, and we show them the results of what they're doing and how it's destroying, the black family and the community and all this, the community, whatever. Right? I'm gonna give my position on this for those who it wouldn't be obvious already. Shout out to Aaron, I see you. NTAT, what's going on? Right? So we in class, man. So I'm gonna get this gum out of my mouth here. Shame, blame, and explain. Right? So I did a stream called, and I don't know how many of you guys saw it. Did a stream called I think it was Disagreement Day. Disagreement Day, which there will be another Disagreement Day. There will be Disagreement Day Volume 2 coming up. Right? Disagreement Day, me, Ed, BGS. Shout out to BGS Sidmore. Shout out to Edward Anderson. And we had the conversation about the perception of the manosphere and, what is becoming the loudest voice that's connected to this space, right? So I keep hearing about Manosphere 2.0. Manosphere 2.0. I'm a fan of Manosphere 1.0. The original dudes, the original message, the original purpose. That's what I'm a school of, and what I, from my youth, those are the messages I've been pushing. And those are the messages I rock with. 1.0. So as a few common, content creators might have said to me, they said, Manosphere 2.0 was the mission of 2.0 was to bring the women back to the table. Right? So that's what BGS said, is to bring the women back to the table. And in that conversation, I said to him, I said, so what has that done, right? Bringing the women back to the table, the negotiation, right? The negotiation. So I was watching a video earlier on S.B.E. where, I forgot the guy's name, but basically I want to shout him out. So I'm going to see if I'm going to find the video. So it was a guy named G Dizzle. Shout out to G Dizzle. Right? So, and BGS says that was one of them. That was one of the, I guess, one of the objectives of 2.0, right? Yeah. So, and someone else says that was Obsidian's goal, right? Right. So, I'm gonna say a name that's gonna trigger some people, right? Understand this, right? So G Dizzle says pretty much he agrees with the movement's stance that you can't, these women, they're grown, they're intelligent, they know what they're doing, they know the effects of it, and pretty much everything else is collateral damage, right? So stop trying to shame these bad behaving women, these these chicks into trying to operate in a structured manner that would bring the community back together, right? Right. So that's their position. G Dizzle says he disagrees. He agrees with the self-improvement, building yourself up, trying to get power, trying to take power. But he says that S.B.E is something that is used to gain power and influence, right? To gain power and influence. Reyes, I'll get to that in a second. I see your question. So S.B.E, shaming, blaming, and explaining is what is done to gain power and influence. So then he cites that Black Lives Matter was an example of shame, blame, and explain to the dominant society. And that's why it's needed, because BLM is an example of S.B.E being successful in gaining power. I'm just saying what was said. Right. Right. Nah. I have yet to see an example in human history where shaming won a war or got some, got you power and leverage and all of these things. Mind you, I understand that women shame men. And I say that black men, one of my things is black men are shame sensitive, right? I feel like black men are shame sensitive. As soon as you are ready to take black men's manhood or their masculinity away, they are doing everything they can to get it back from the people who they think are holding it over their head, right? I fail to see an example in human history where shaming got people into power, right? People into power, right? So I'll be doing a panel. I saw, because I see Ed here, I see BGS here, and I don't know if they are willing to jump up. But this is the thing, right? We've been shaming, blaming, and explaining since civil rights, right? And we've been shaming, blaming, and explaining to black women. You understand what I'm saying? So, my thing is, hasn't been working. Has not been working. Shout out to Free Zone. All right. Shout out to Free Zone. Hannibal, I see you. Maul, I see you. And I see all your responses here. We gonna discuss all of this shit. Now, I'm not dropping the link yet. Just got on this motherfucker. Right? My belief, right? And I see S.B.E the way they do. I see S.B.E the way they do. I'm not a believer that simply shaming women is going to get us where we need to be. Not simply. No. Hasn't worked, hasn't been working. We're shame sensitive, and women are not shame sensitive. They're doing everything they can to remove, with their slut movements. Yeah, it's hot as a bitch in here. With their slut walks and all of these other things to remove, anything that would, make them feel ashamed about what they're doing. Right? So, mind you, this concept, this movement is new to me. So there might be things that I'm speaking on that I might leave out. Right? As far as I'm concerned, the way I look at it is power's taken. Power's taken. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Maul. Maul posted an interesting comment there. But understand this. Shaming these women is not going to make them change. The women who are agreeing with us are the ones who already do. And a lot of these women, by the time you shame them into doing something, by then it's too late. It's difficult to negotiate with power in the weak position, in the powerless position. Okay. So for everybody who's talking about, women, how women got their power, feminist movement, this and that, we know what women bargain with. We know what they bargain with. You understand what I'm saying? We know what they bargain with. As far as, men shaming women or men shaming other men, again, we've been doing this forever. BLM is a poor example. All they got was some bitches, some money, and some houses. If you have everything you need, or you have access to everything you need without the person who's trying to negotiate with you, there's no negotiation to be had. There has to be something that can be denied. You have to have a bargaining chip. I mean, aside from pussy, women are the largest voting bloc in the country. Black, white, whoever. They're the largest voting bloc in the country. And I've said this multiple times. You have men who are beholden to women, not because they're ashamed to be, but because they were trained this way. They were trained this way. We are trained to believe that women are weaker and, the softer sex and all this other shit. So it's not just about them shaming us. Understand that our culture has groomed us, raised us to believe these things. So it's not really much shaming they have to do. But especially in our culture, Black culture, which is extremely matriarchal, gynephobal, and all the other words that we heard here. You understand what I'm saying? If you raise the boys from young to believe that women are to be exalted and this and that, I mean, this is the religion that they grow up under. This matriarchy, right? Which we all agree is a matriarchy. You got men taking serious losses based on the beliefs that they were raised under. We weren't taught that men, or Black men especially, are supposed to have any rights, privileges, this and that and the other. We are taught that Black men are here to serve and die. Imagine the slave negotiating or shaming the slave owner. That is not how slavery ended in this country. The abolishment of slavery was a disagreement between white folks. This is not South Africa. That is not how it happened. Let's not rewrite history. Now I'm going to check my likes now, because this is like supremacy night. I got 68 people in here. I should have 60 some odd likes. Very close. And I appreciate everybody for hitting that like button. Right? But if you think that some of the things you guys mentioned was totally shame, I disagree with you. I disagree. Again, especially in the West, you understand? If you raise somebody into an ideology or belief system, most folks will go with that belief system. And what we are seeing is we're seeing us, who are the outliers, people are attempting to shame us into liking overweight women, transgenders, and all this other shit. So if shame works, what y'all dudes telling me, this is where we're headed? Honest Abe didn't free the slaves because of S.B.E. Let's not rewrite history. We know that the Civil War was a war between white folks over the South getting too much money or free labor. Okay. So for the guys who believe S.B.E. is effective, right? This is where we find out in this space who's who. Because there's a lot of shit being thrown around like SYSBM and the community and this sort of thing, right? But if you think S.B.E. is effective, then you are trying to save some shit outside of yourself. I'm a believer in don't enable. Don't enable. And shout out to Lucy. I didn't shout out Lucy on the way in here. You cannot, and you know, I was on Bernard's stream and I was debating some of the conservatives over there. And one of the guys said, well, if you walk away from family and this and that or the community, you weaken your community. Well, if society breaks its contract with men, then that society should crumble. And I'm surprised that a conservative is saying that, because these are the guys that say, well, get off the Democratic plantation, right? Black men on the left want to save black women. Black men on the right want to save America. And neither one of these groups give a fuck about you or what you need or want. I'm trying to understand, since I've been on YouTube, why men would want to negotiate and strike a deal with their betrayers. I'm trying to understand this. We're on this internet every day. I might be here once in a while now, and at the most once a week, but every day there are videos being made that in one way or another, the women that this space is talking about, dudes are trying to find a strategy to get them back, because what black men want, and I understand it, black men want their community. Black men want their community. Why? Because they're looking at all the other communities and they want their shit. They look at the Latino community, they look at the Asian community, they look at the white community, and they say, damn, must be nice, right? Must be nice. And they want that. If only the women would. So it's like this internal mental struggle where it's one week you struggle with the idea that these chicks are this, that, uncooperative, for the streets, all the shit. And then when you broken down and you feel a different way. Shout out to Dominique Huff. He calls summer simp summer. I understand, girls start walking outside with the spandex on, the ass jiggling, and you start to think, you know what? Maybe we can get it back together, right? Maybe we can get it back together. Maybe if we tell them all of the things that are being dismantled by, this division, they'll wake up one day and say, you know what? Damn. Fuck my freedom. Fuck my degrees. Fuck all this shit. And in my hot girl phase, I'm just going to walk away from it all and settle down for the community. Because I believe in patriarchy. Because these niggas is right. Our shaming is up against mainstream media, Hollywood, blogs, vlogs, women raising their sons to believe black women are queens, the simp army. This is what we're up against. Have we started a conversation? Absolutely. I said it a few weeks ago. This negotiation that we're in is like a union negotiation gone bad, where the company holds all the cards and you hold none. And they're basically saying, take it or leave it. Oh, we want more sick days. No, you can't have none. Well, we want health care. No, you can't have that shit neither. You can't have that shit neither. The women have most of what they want. At this point, they really only want your DNA. You see the brat walking around with a Bulls jersey with a hole in the bitch. You're walking around with a jersey, a Bulls jersey with a hole in it for her pregnant stomach. And she says, well, I couldn't find any black sperm, so we went and got a vanilla. Somebody typed Vanilla King. We got Vanilla King sperm, right? Vanilla King. Ain't that some shit? Right? Interesting how they describe that. We ain't got a Vanilla King sperm, right? It's funny how women, they think in terms of black, white, like fuck every other. Like when they talk about black men swirling, it's usually, oh, go get a white woman. They go straight to white. The fuck Asian, fuck Latinos, fuck every other flavor. They go straight to white men. So when they decide, you know what, fuck y'all niggas, they go straight to white men. Everyone else is invisible. They go straight to white men. Right? So she went to a white guy to get her, her sperm donor. We already know that these women do not want to get married. They don't want to put themselves in any position where they have to be under your authority. Shame is not going to change that. It's not going to change that. Now, Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels was reigning supreme. His format pretty much was shame, blame, explain. Kevin dropped a lot of knowledge, dropped a lot of bombs, etc. and women called in every day to be shamed, right? Right. So Kevin would say, I'm responsible for some women, you know, getting their shit right, getting married, finding love, finding relationships. Okay. So I'm using this as an example of exceptions, because there's exceptions to every rule, right? So you might have a few chicks that said, you know what? Fuck all this shit. I don't know how old these girls was, because I know that when women are in their hot ass prime, it's very difficult to negotiate with them. Just like he also said, high value men exercise options. High value women also exercise options. When these women are younger, in a hot girl 20s, they exercise options. They exercise options. They're not looking for monogamy and all this other shit. They go get their degree and this and that, so they can have a bag, so they don't need a nigga, so they can exercise their options. Now, from what I understand, Ramil, and I know very little about Ramil. Ramil is the leader of this movement. Again, if I'm wrong, y'all can always correct me. Yeah, I done threw another piece of gum in my mouth. Anyway, Kev shamed a few women, or convinced a few women, if you want, that this was the way to go. These women probably saw, you know what? He's right. My way ain't working. Let me try his way. My audio's cracking. Oh, shit. Might be the connection. Hopefully it fixes itself. Let me know when it's good. Yeah, it's going, it's fucking Wi-Fi. What about now? Looks like it might be good. Right. So at any rate, I think that the shame game is a very poor way of trying to negotiate or gain power or any of this shit. It's a very poor way. You get very little results. You get very little reliable results. You might get a couple women or people that say, you know what, let me rock with that because my way ain't working. But if they feel like in their head their way is working, or they're winning, and you don't have any bargaining chips, any denial of access, or anything like this, you don't have anything to take away or to give to them, it's very difficult just on the premise of appealing to their better nature. This is one of the 48 laws of power. Okay? This is one of the 48 laws of power. Appealing to one's good nature is a piss poor way to gain power, especially as men, especially when we know what our image is and where they have us class wise in this space, in the Western world. What is your bargaining chip? If your bargaining chip is just shame, understand Kevin Samuels himself came with sign language. Shame, insults, Forgot what the G means. But in the need to be right, let's skip the G. Somebody's going to type it in the chat. Women use sign language on us, the guys who guilt. Right. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. How effective has this been on you guys? The guys who disagree with what I'm saying. How effective has sign language been on you? You gonna start dating fat bitches? Transgenders? How effective is shame on you? Now, I do, again, sign language is effective on the majority of black men because we've been groomed into the ideology, into the culture. Kissing up, bowing down to black women is our culture. It's something that KS himself said. We are the only group of men that demur to our women. That's what he said verbatim. But for us, the men who are counterculture, how effective has shame been on you? These women see themselves as your master. They see you as their slave. You think that the black women who negotiated themselves out of slavery did it with just simply shame? No, it's more than that. What you lack, gentlemen, is wiles, nigga. You lack wiles. We don't have feminine wiles, my nigga. So I am not a believer in shame, blame, and explain. And I think that you guys knew that already. Now, I'm going to say a name. Man of Tomorrow. Now, y'all have heard me speak on Man of Tomorrow. He threw a shot at me. He's thrown shots at most of the people in this space. Now, Man of Tomorrow paid a visit to the breakdown. Sister George, Concrete Rose. Now, let me make this clear. I don't agree with MOT's approach. I think he could be a dickhead. I think I can be a dickhead. But I think he could be a dickhead. He's thrown shots at the space. But he's not throwing shots at the space from outside the space. The same way I am critical of the space from inside the space. BGS Moore had asked me, he said, do I think it's worth blowing up the space? No, absolutely not. MOT called a lot of names on that stream. Okay. What I will say is this. While I don't agree with every assessment that he made of the people he mentioned, what I will say is this. When he says these men want those women, and it's the same shit I've been saying, he's right. He said these men want those women that they're complaining about. Just like the men, the women want the fuck boy. They want the fuck boy. They just want to repair him. They want him to function correctly. And black men want these same women that they say they don't want to build themselves up for, because these are the ran through pussy and multiple baby daddy bitches. But they want to repair these women. They want to repair these women so they can regroup, repair, rebuild the community. I'm not slow. I know how that works. That's what all this is about. The funny thing, and the reason I'm saying this is because, you know, when you start talking about, I made a video, and I'm gonna say this again. I made a video called Colonize Latin America. Niggas got mad. I posted some things about me in Japan. And then I say, hey, I'm going to Europe. Oh, nigga, you running away from the problem. Then you got, again, other content creators also saying, oh, you running over here and this and this and this. Understand this, right? And then somebody said MOT seems kind of off. Yeah, I agree. But even a broken clock is right twice a day. Now, this is Keep It 100, where I keep it 100. I don't have to like you to agree when you say some true shit. If you say some real shit, I'll agree with the statement. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna run over there, subscribe, and start watching all this shit. You know, it's a different conversation. Again, he's, you know, super conservative. He said a bunch of shit that I don't really necessarily ride with. But when he says that, this is how I feel about it. He's right about that. And he said something else that I've been saying here. And this is where I'm at with it. If you want to save yourself, save yourself. If you want to fix, rebuild, repair, have at it. It's your prerogative to do that. It's your prerogative to shame, blame, and explain to these women why they should stop engaging in these behaviors and build the community back together, if that's your prerogative. But understand, it's my prerogative not to do that. It's also my prerogative that when that attempt that you make to do that, you know, if it fails and these chicks give you their ass to kiss, trying to shame, blame, and explain, don't come crying to niggas like me. With all the information, this is the information fucking age. You ain't got to go to the library and get an encyclopedia. All this shit is available. We are here to tell you. BGS is here to tell you. Ed is here to tell you. Dr. T is here to tell you. Dr. Ron is here to tell you. Dr. Green Gorilla is here to tell you. With all this information that we have, we ignore all of that for this fucking dream that these women are going to stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop. No, that's not how these bitches roll. It's not happening. This precedes us. BGS will tell you. This shit has been going on. We could look at old footage. 1980s. I don't need no man. 70s shit. This issue, we were born into this. We were born into this. And we got another crop of kids that are being raised. You got, you know, the little boy that Steve Harvey, like, you know, what you gonna do? I'm gonna do what the woman want. I'm gonna go to the restaurant she wanna go to. You ain't gotta shame these kids. They being groomed. These bitches talk about how niggas groom women, or how Marcus Houston is grooming women, all this grooming. Women are the biggest groomers. They groom niggas into worshiping them. This is our culture. I got a plantation, and I've been told I own these people. These people work for me. These people work for me. Joe Jordan. Right. Right. So let's address this, because I spoke to Dr. T, but I ain't going to go into details about the shit we talked about. But, you know, for Dr. T, I took offense to what MOT said about Dr. T. Now, Dr. T, he don't throw shots. He don't argue with niggas. That's not what he does. MOT questioned Dr. T's motives regarding black men and boys. His words were that Dr. T doesn't give a fuck about black men and boys. That's what he said. Okay. MOT, shut the fuck up. Let Dr. T do what the fuck he do. Because from what I see, I don't know what, you know, activist role MOT is playing with black men. Because they rugged individualists. Ty, what's going on? I thought you was watching the fight, nigga. Thought you was watching the fight. Was the fight over already? Anyway, he went at Dr. T. I wasn't appreciating that. He went at BGS too. BGS could hold his own. BGS is a shooter. Ed is a shooter. You know, there's guys that shoot back. You know, me and BGS and Ed, we had our conversation. They said it themselves. Listen, we go at a lot of people in the space. MOT has not called me out, right? But I can tell MOT, you're right about some shit that you said, but at the same time, you need to chill the fuck out about other shit. Okay? Dr. T isn't an enemy to anyone. Right? I rock with Dr. T before his YouTube channel, but he ain't an enemy to anyone. You know, he's not even shooting back. So motherfuckers need to leave Dr. T alone. But to continue, I am not sympathetic to anyone who trips and falls over the twig of trying to save the community. That's the word around the space, Ed. Said BGS is my daddy. Hey, you said it, I didn't, brother. Shit, it's floating around with motherfuckers. I had a motherfucker on Facebook say, hey, man. Hey, Mark, I used to fuck with your content, but you fuck with BGS and he's super pro black nationalist. And I don't fuck with black nationalists. I'm like, okay. What the fuck does that have to do with me? Oh, I'm not saying you black nationalist, Marcus. I was in your chats when you started out. But then, you know, BGS start talking that black nationalist shit, so I had to fall back. And I'm like, okay. What the fuck does that have to do with me? Oh, because you associate with black nationalists, pro-black niggas. I'm like, oh, he said, oh, and I've never seen you debate your master teacher. I'm like, God damn, where you been? With respect, me and BGS have had disagreements. With respect, me and Ed have had disagreements. Niggas could disagree. I don't gotta throw a nigga in the garbage because we disagree. Disagree with my moms. I disagree with my brother. And my man said, you know, you and BGS disagree. Now, I won't say all the time. Dr. T is Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. Jen Adrian. Right? So he said, I keep telling BGS, these dudes have "you're wrong, daddy" syndrome. Oh, wow. But what I'm saying is, when people are right, they're right. And when they're wrong, or, you know, or incorrect, or different points of view, or however you want to say it. You know, I have different points of view on how to go about this or that, or who's riding with us, who ain't, what we could benefit from, what we can't benefit from. I have different points of view. Let me get them likes. Let me see if them likes is up. Likes check. Likes check, nigga. Likes check. I got 100 people up in this motherfucker. Get them up. 95 watching, 94 likes. Yes, sir. We doing like dictatorship tonight. Okay. So that's what he said. Yeah, I never seen you debate your master teacher. I asked the motherfucker, I said, hey. He like, oh, I watch your content. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. If that's your summary of the Keep It 100 channel, then nigga, you don't pay the fuck attention. And this is the same thing. I say, yo, Dr. T. Hassan Johnson should be at 100,000 subs now. And Dr. T, y'all need to really push this man. Because, you know, I told Dr. T, I said, bro, your name gets mentioned off the internet to me. Like, people talk about you off the internet. And he says, you know, I'm not one of the biggest manosphere channels. Nah, niggas know who the fuck Dr. T is. When motherfuckers come at the manosphere, Dr. T is one of the names that comes up. I'm on Ramil's panel. Niggas like, who the fuck is you? Who are you? Don't know who the fuck I am. Don't get it twisted. But all I'm saying is, and shit, to be honest, I'd rather keep it that way. Keep this room small, people. Let's keep this room small. At any rate, point that shame, blame, and explain, in my opinion, and I'm gonna say it that way, in my opinion, is hardly an effective strategy. Hardly. Not for a group, not for groups who we hold no power over, can't withdraw any access to any tangible or anything else other than your DNA material. And a lot of times they steal that shit. They got chicks stealing sperm from children now. You know what I'm saying? They stealing sperm from wherever they can get it. We're from 100. We're from 100 people watching to 88 people watching. Must piss some motherfuckers off. But back to MOT. You know, I guess what he feels is some type of tough guy approach, right? You know, the girls asked him some real questions. They asked him about guys in and out of space, whatever. You know, other names got mentioned, even some names I've called out. But, you know, this idea that we're going to fix the community, which has never been, you know, so again, my position, and understand this is not a channel for women. I'm not saying that women are not welcome here. I'm saying that I do not get on YouTube and say the things that I say to convince women who are not interested in the things that we talk about here to engage in building a nation or community, anything of that nature. What I am here for, my target audience is men who, you know, I did not have the benefit of when I was growing up. We got YouTube and all this other shit now. And this generation has the benefit of YouTube and the Black manosphere to tell the young men coming up what they're dealing with. If I interview a woman on this channel who is opposed to the views here, I am not trying to change her, convert her to red pill. She is being used, like BGS says, as a tool for me to demonstrate to the male audience watching what they are dealing with. One thing for me to say, hey, y'all be careful, watch out. And it's another thing I can show you better than I can tell you. That is not what I am here for. Oh, Cav says MOT declared himself the president of the Black manosphere. Oh yeah, I was there. The HNIC. The HNIC. So for everyone who is talking about 2.0 manosphere, the reason it's 2.0 because there was a 1.0. I don't care what anyone says. The function of the Black manosphere was never to rebuild the community. Not in its inception. Now, what some dudes did and came later to do, or whatever their agenda was not the original agenda. May have been the agenda of some content creators, but that's not what this shit was built to do. And the funny thing is, a lot of the things that men who were early in the manosphere have said back then in those early videos, if they said it now, motherfuckers will turn on them. When it comes to the manosphere, I'm a purist. Like how some of y'all niggas, y'all are hip hop purists. And motherfuckers always say, oh, you know, Pete Rock and Jay Dilla and these types make real hip hop, forgetting that in the 70s and early 80s, a lot of hip hop was over disco records. See, those are the real hip hop records. Now, not to throw anything later that came, you know, anything that came later under the bus, but hip hop has an evolution, right? And some things that hip hop evolved into were good and some were bad. And some of the shit that this space has evolved into is good and some is bad. It's just real, right? But when Chamberlain explained to women, you are assuming a position of weakness. The only people that shame, blame, and explain is the people who have nothing else to bargain with. Women are shaming men to date them, to marry them, or to give them children, despite whatever physical or behavioral flaw they have, because they have nothing else to bargain with. These are the women that certain men, because they want their high value men, those high value men do not want these women. They don't even want sexual encounters. There's nothing to negotiate. Shame as a tactic is employed by the weak. It's employed by the weak. It's a position of weakness. So when you want to talk about suffrage and all this other stuff, understand that those women who were appealing to those men, they had a bargaining chip. Now, whatever you think of that bargaining chip is something else, but they had one. What are black men in position to deny black women to force their hand into this nation, this community that you're trying to shame them into? Shame is a last resort. It's desperate. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Body positivity is pathetic. Colorism is pathetic. All this shame that is being employed on us is pathetic. How you think shame makes us look? Imagine, what's up, Donnie? Imagine coming to the club trying to shame a bitch into going home with you. Not that you're gonna buy her drink or, hey, ma, I'm that dude. I got this, I got that, and not fucking with me means you can't have none. You can't enable bad children by giving them what they want. We're dealing with spoiled, entitled children. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with spoiled, we're dealing with petulant children, right? But understand that that's, or at least that's what we're, you know, that's what the role they play when it's convenient. And when it's also convenient, they're grown adults whose rights and autonomy we have to respect. Right? Let's see where them likes at. Likes, please. Likes. Need them likes. I should be over 100 likes now. I'm over 100 likes. So, can anyone hear me? Press 1 if you can hear me. Let me turn this up. Can anyone hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Jason Black has dubbed this space the wine sphere. The winosphere. Y'all niggas is whining. Jason Black has dubbed the Black manosphere the winosphere. Now, somebody might say, fuck what Jason Black is saying. Okay, I can see that. Right? It's cool. But Jason Black is supposed to be the B1 guy, right? Black first. He's the black love guy, pro-black. Wouldn't shaming, blaming, and explaining pretty much be just another tactic to achieve what Jason Black is trying to achieve there? These women don't want your leadership. There's really nothing you're offering to force their hand. I told you. The provider mail is dead. It's not the mic, it's the connection. How's my connection coming through? Am I coming through clear? Now, what are we? An hour and 20 in? I'm assuming bring a few people up. I don't know if BGS is still here. Rob, I don't know where you're at, right? But and Adrian, I don't know where you're at. But my point is, so Raw's perspective, Reyes asks, who was part of Manosphere 1.0? There's a few guys. You know, you had your Sergeant Willie Pete's, you had your Barbarosas, your Sandmans, you know, your Thug Titians, who was probably my favorite. It's probably my favorite, Thug Titian. Thug Titian, no prisoners. Didn't apologize for shit, was direct, to the point, whatever. That's how I roll. I don't do the, yeah, you know, maybe. Fuck all that. Get with it or get lost is how I roll in real life. This is, I'm not playing a character on this motherfucker. You understand what I'm saying? But this dream, it's like this emotional fantasy, this romantic, you know, we want to build the community back, because that's what S.B.E is attempting to do, right? So you, if it, you know, I'm not saying I'm, you know, I don't watch all the Jason Black shit, but if we're going to do this, you know, separation of the Black Manosphere with the B1 crowd, y'all got the same goal. You just have a different strategy. Just have a different strategy. They want to kiss up the chicks. Niggas want to what? Shame them into position. You want to shame them into fucking with you. They can't shame you into fucking with them. So let's do this. There's certain people I want up here. He said, keep it 100 versus hope. Yeah, hopium. Hopium is a hell of a drug. Hopium. Hopium. We hope Pearl rescues us. We hope these bitches will wake up one day and say, let's stop doing to Black men what we're doing. Look at what we've done. It's our fault. We hope the white man will wake up and say, you know what? Let's share the country with Black people and stop hating them and stop denying them access to this, that, and the other. Stop redlining and stop lynching. And, you know, it's one day these powerful people are going to wake up and decide that they were wrong. It's not how human nature works, right? Understand that in any situation you guys are citing, there was a bargaining chip involved. Or you're dealing with people who already seen these groups of people as somebody they have to help. You know, men, a lot of men already look at women like, need to help them, this and that and the other. And all they need is a little push. You know what I'm saying? All they need is a little push. Now, check this out. I want maybe 3 or 4 people. 3 or 4 people. I'm going to control the shit out of this conversation. I ain't going to mute nobody's mics. Everybody going to get to speak. Y'all know how I do here. We ain't going to go too far left. Okay? But we talking about S.B.E. Shame, blame, and explain. You know what I'm saying? My early videos, I told people, listen, there's no negotiations. There's no negotiations. Shame is a position of weakness. You're begging at that point. Don't employ the tactics that the women employ. Not in that regard. Because I say, you know, play the game how the women play it. I say that a lot. But you have to withdraw yourself. We got passport bros. we got SYSBM, we got all of these different things that pretty much say, no, we can't cut off negotiations. You get up from the table and you leave. And these women have to see you elsewhere thriving. As long as you stay, that shit ain't gonna work. Again, you're free to do it. You're free to try. Nobody's hitting the link. Nobody's hitting the link. Here we go again. Nobody's hitting the link. Everybody must be somewhere noisy. But at the end of the day, this doesn't work. It doesn't work. We've been doing this, what? Maybe 50 years now? 50 years. We got film and video of Black men having these sorts of conversations. Black men and women having these sorts of conversations. And we're worse off than when we started. I'm not an activist. I've said it before. I said it on Gigi's channel. I don't attend protests. I don't stand in picket lines. I don't hold up signs. I don't turn my profile picture black on social media or put flags over it. I don't do none of that dumb shit, that goofy shit. Better men have tried and died. I don't have time to dedicate to any movement or to sacrifice my own time and efforts in life or resources to some idea or dream the other side is not budging. What's going on, Shane?
What's going on? Can you hear me clear?
Loud and clear, man.
All right.
I know you're gonna say some shit, so
Man, you kind of said everything that I've been saying for a long time. And I stay consistent with this. Don't negotiate with terrorists. I've said it before and I'm saying it again. You can't beg the assailant to help you off the ground. You know what I mean? It's like, how dare you break my ankle? You should be ashamed of yourself. Give me back my wallet. Give me back my woman.
Not long ago,
I think people know what they're doing. And the thing is, a lot of men in this day and age, they treat situations like the person taking advantage of them needs to be educated on how they could do better. It's like, no, you being a sucker. You allowing someone to take advantage of you, and then you giving them the tools so they can do it again, but do it better. Don't negotiate with terrorists. I'm just waiting for Marcus to come back in. I'm just going off the cuff. I don't usually run the show, but I'll do it for a few minutes. I'm telling y'all, with this so-called manosphere, all this complaining and all this stuff, you're just giving people information on how to better abuse you. Don't negotiate with terrorists. You want to save yourself? Fine, you do that. You save yourself. But if you want to come to the table because you think women are going to come back and you think they're going to want to sit down and broker a deal, nah, it ain't going to happen. There's only two ways women do stuff like that. Under duress because of war, or under duress because they don't have any other choice. But we live in a society where they have a multitude of choices. And statistics show most men, particularly the average men, which is the larger demographic, is their last choice. So, as men, we need to operate from a position of power because we have that power. We have the ability to pretty much secure our future because no one is coming to save us. So, we need to look at the opposition and say, what do we actually need them for? Don't be so quick to give up what you have to offer somebody just because. I don't know. Somebody tell me if I'm making sense or not.
I don't know what's going on with this connection, but I hope y'all hear me. Rocking over the phone tether, man. Shout out to Shay for holding it down for a second. Oh, I got some people in the back. I'm bringing them in. All right, so we got BGS, we got Chaos Rain, we got Shane again. Can y'all guys hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hey, let me ask you before we continue. You've been having some nice thumbnails, man. I must say, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you got the the lightsabers and shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. So let's continue like this, man. Until this isn't Comcast. This is T-Mobile. A little hotspot bullshit, right? So at any rate, I think you guys pretty much got my point. Shane, were you done making your points there?
I kind of lost my train of thought when I got booted, and I was actually saying something too. I was trying to bring it back, but basically, to sum it up, I was saying that a lot of what's happening, not just in the quote unquote black manosphere, but when it comes to the modern man in general, trying to negotiate with women is basically giving them better tools to better use you. It's kind of idealistic to think that we could actually have a civil conversation so we can have like a mutually beneficial agreement. Understand, women are always trying to have the upper hand, and that's just how I've seen it just from observation time and time again. You know what I mean? I've seen it plenty of times where it's like the guy's focused on the solution, but the woman is focusing on wanting to be right, aka winning. And it's like men need to actually kind of use the art of Sun Tzu when it comes to certain things, when it comes to dealing with women. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. You cannot negotiate with terrorists. I mean, these women are not coming to the table to quote unquote be a partner. They're trying to be the boss.
All right, so
to your face.
So before I say anything else, I'm gonna go to BGS because I don't know how long we're gonna have BGS here. So right, so let's get to it right away. So I know you have some shit to say, so some points to make. Well, go ahead, drop it on us.
Okay, basically, the thing is when you're a content creator, you're dealing with a whole bunch of guys with a whole bunch of varied ideas, and most of them, guess what? They want to keep their community together. They want their women to come back to the table. Okay, that's what they want. And the only way to convince them that it either gonna work or not gonna work is for the women to do what? Come back to the table and negotiate, and then they'll know. Otherwise, they're not going to believe you. Do you guys understand that?
It's just one problem with that, though.
What is it?
Women don't do things backwards.
Yes, they do all the time.
Once they experience a certain level of whatever it is, they don't want to go back. If you have a woman, she's with a man that's making $50,000 and then she's with a guy that's making $100,000, she's never gonna go back to anybody.
They do all the time.
That is not true. I don't know.
They do all the time.
Women don't make good decisions, man. I don't know why people keep saying that stuff. They don't.
Yeah. But anyway, let me finish, okay? Real quick. I won't be long, because there's another panel that I probably have to be on anyway. The thing is that the thing is, it's not even, you guys keep talking about the women. There's one problem with it. The thing is, did I say anything about the women? I said something about the men. You got 90, but Ed can tell you, you got 70% of the men that actually want to negotiate with these women, right, Ed?
Yeah, that's a good number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, but it was always we need to do this, but okay, we need to find other women, but okay, we need to go someplace else, but okay. Because they believe they have the juice, they have enough money, enough this, enough that to save these chicks, right? Yeah, trust and believe, man. 80%, I got 50. Half of my guys make 6 figures or more, right? They all say the same shit. So money, status, all that kind of stuff doesn't mean anything, okay? Because these are the very guys that want to come back and save their women. The whole thing about Kevin do what he does, right? He's trying to qualify wives for these high value men. All of them made 6 figures and above because you had to, as you can qualify for the club. That was the ground. That was the starting point. Okay. What the thing is, the single men, what is it? 90%, well, more than 90% of black single men do not make 6 figures. Only 20% make more than $50,000 a year. Okay. So 80% of these guys, guess what? They're asked out. Okay. And what they need, if you want to save a community the way it has been for the last 200-300 years, because you want to save your culture, you got to have your women. If you don't, you're not going to have your culture, especially in this environment, especially in the United States.
But you don't have to have those women. You don't. I see. This is the thing. I disagree with this type of stuff, and I've been again.
Okay.
Let
me ask you this: if you marry out and you marry into somebody else's culture, do you still have an ADOS culture?
I don't even want this culture no more.
I'm asking Marcus, okay?
I think that my position is pretty.
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you. Do you know? Okay. So in other words, I haven't
answered yet.
All right.
The answer is this: if a culture or a society betrays its men, it deserves to fail. And that's my position. So understand this.
Okay, we don't disagree on that, by the way.
No. Go ahead. No, I want to because that's not the question that I asked you. But go ahead.
No, I understand that. You're saying, but if you want to, and it depends on what you said. Your what is it? No, you didn't say culture. You said did you say ADOS culture?
ADOS culture, yes.
No, ADOS culture. You don't need your women for the culture. No.
Why? Okay,
no, because no.
I'm asking you. So in other words, if you start marrying out to Latina, to white, to whatever, so you're over 2 generations, your culture is going to remain the same.
I know people who identify with the same culture. I mean, if you carry it in your house, right, and that's even if the culture is important to you, because what part of the culture are you trying to maintain? If you're trying to maintain certain parts of your culture as a black man, then you in your house with your children can do that. You have a good number of biracial, if you want to call them that, biracial people who identify with black culture.
Yeah, but they usually have one black parent.
Hold on.
But that's what I'm saying.
No. Let him finish, okay? Because I know
we're talking about if we.
Okay. What reinforces black culture, right? It's the masses of black people, right? How many? What percentage of black people actually marry out and date out have biracial children? 10%.
Wait, hold on. You saying how many do or how many have?
If you percentage.
Because black men are umbilically corded, tied to black women. So it's to me, it's not about that. What I'm saying is this, right? Because you're asking me, what are they doing? I see what they're doing. It's not working.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is, and this has been proven, because guess what the United States wants you to do? They want to eliminate your culture. Okay, that's number one. Okay, number two,
I don't agree with that. They don't want to eliminate the culture because everybody is basically attaching themselves to the culture that we are participating in.
Prove it. Prove it.
Prove it. Well, a dude a couple months ago got on Marcus' channel who's not black, talked about how his women are acting like black women.
Literature. Where's your literature at? Where's your citation?
It's not the literature. It's about going outside and seeing it for yourself and then hearing it from people that's actually experiencing this. That's what I'm trying to tell you, BGS. At the end of the day, everybody is trying to act like black people right now.
In other words, Marcus can tell you, okay, Los Angeles is a mixed culture. It's changing rapidly.
His perception.
I used to listen. I used to stay out of Cal. I just moved back to where I'm at right now. I left Anaheim, California in February. I'm telling you,
I don't know what this is, y'all.
Y'all got listen. We ain't gonna do that tonight. We got to do one at a time. So, I'm
gonna say this. Anybody, California is like ground zero for this. So anybody that lived in California saying that, I mean, it'd be one thing if you like where Marcus at in New York, because New York is intermixed. Black takes on a lot of different shapes. But if you in California and you saying that, man, that kind of speaks for itself, yo. Because California is like one of the ground zeros for actually whitewashing black folks out. That's like the last place you want to make that argument in. Black people used to be X amount of percentage. Now they're completely lower. By the way, that white boy that said he acts like a black woman, that's their perception of feminism. It's not. It doesn't mean it's actually black.
So are we telling?
I stayed in Orange County, but y'all can go.
No, I'm in one of the last black neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Okay, I know what I'm talking about. I work with these people all the time because they've been gentrified. I work with pro-black people trying to reverse this shit. Okay, that's why I know.
Listen. This is the position that I'm coming from, okay? And this is me speaking for myself. I don't know about nobody else because 1 minute is this and another minute is that.
Okay.
Right? I won't sacrifice myself. Okay. For this idea. Understand, like, I think that people's lives and their freedoms and their ability to have functional families is more important than this idea. This idea that, again, we talk about, oh, you need your women. If your women ain't with it, you walk away. It's what I tell men. I say, yo, if your woman don't want to let you be in your child's life, you walk away. You walk away from anything that doesn't want you, right? So if the culture, and I'm not even saying that I agree with what you guys are saying, but if the culture was to disappear or crumble behind this, who cares? What do we? Because my question is,
who cares?
Go ahead.
Who cares, right? The 70% of people that we're talking about that actually want to try to save the culture. Okay.
Okay. So okay, that's fine. Okay, so let me address that real quick.
Okay.
So let me address that. For those guys who want to engage in that, cool. Again, I've said it before. Let them do it.
Thank you.
But at the same time, we're going to call it what it is. I'm not going to do like as you say. Well, you know what? These guys, this is what these guys want, so we have to somehow serve that need. I don't give a fuck to do that, right? Okay. So no, understand this. Anyone who wants to, I guess, engage in this dream or try to facilitate, right? These guys' romantic aspirations can do that. They can do that. So it's almost like we're saying, well, because whatever percent of the guys
I can jump in.
Right. Well, it's almost like what I'm hearing is, well, what this percent of guys, they want us to bring the women back to the table. So we should facilitate that to prove to them, that it doesn't work. If a motherfucker got to touch fire to know that it's hot, let them do that and get burned. I don't give a fuck. And that's something.
But Marcus, that's something you've even done multiple times. When you have these chicks from New York on here, what's the fucking point of you having them on here if to, number one, have content, but number two, break niggas of that delusion. What is the point that you've had some of these chicks on here that you've had talking bullshit that they've talked? Okay, let me get this chick. Hold on, let me get this chick on the witness stand, and you hear from this chick. These are women you know, so I'm not gonna call them out her name. And they ain't like they done said anything that really pissed me off. But I'm gonna have them on the witness stand. And then I'm going to let you hear from their perspective, unfiltered, and I'm going to ask facilitating questions. So because you've heard what me, Marcus Aurelius, have said. If you've listened, you've heard what they said and what I'm on. Let you hear from them. And then you tell me what they said and tell them how I'm wrong and how I interpreted what they said when you hear it from their own mouth. That is what BGS is talking about. Now, do you make content only doing that? No. And there's degrees to people, like there's difference between like an Obi Allen, where that's his whole platform is built around that. And then like a Lapeef Network, their whole platform, even though technically they be bowing down to a lot of that stuff, right? And then what you do is every once in a while you'll bring a chick, even though Jason Black really pisses me off, he does that. And then you hear the delusion and the inevitable conclusion. Say this, I'm done. Obi Allen literally had to tell SYSBN folks to stop using his content in that way, because dudes were literally reacting to his content saying, listen to what these chicks are saying. SYSBN. That's literally how effective that is. I call it the zoo animal zookeeper exhibit strategy. And it is more effective at breaking dudes of the delusion, because truth be told, we are in a gynocracy. And the reality is, in a gynocracy, black men will value what black women say more than black men. So the point is, you can say what it is, but niggas gonna say, I'm not street enough, my voice is feminine, BGS is just an old nigga. You know, they make these excuses, but when you hear it directly from them, you move the needle on raising the awareness of the dudes. Our goal is get more dudes off this shit. At least that's why I do what I do on my channel. And when I say off this shit, I'm talking about dudes that are sacrificing their own quality of life for a bitch that could care less than a fuck. If you're going to do that, you need to do that for your shit. And so that's the point of bringing it up. Now, you do have people that they try to do it to convince a bitch to change.
But the
argument is this space. Number one, that's not what BGS does. BGS just says, if you do these inputs, these are the inevitable outcomes. That's it.
Wait, hold on.
No, you're not. But me and B, I've been called S.B.E. guy. BGS has been attacked, and that's why I know that's.
I've heard it.
And so the point is, this is what these guys say. So they'll take like a BGS for women and they'll extrapolate that in the S.B.E. talk, which is really, that's not what that is.
And I have predicted for 8 years exactly what these bras are going to do.
See, but to be honest, like even the BGS for women, like, you know, we have, and this is sometimes what like I said it earlier, BGS, that you know, what Ed just said. You know, if I bring a girl on, it's, you know, it's pretty much what I did on Facebook, and Shane knows about this because, you know, he was on my page during this time period where I would, you know, embarrass chicks, you know, on the on Facebook, like for years.
But that's not what BGS for women was about. But go ahead.
No, I know that. What I'm saying is, well, what BGS produced was some of these content creating chicks that we have now that sometimes say shit that's in conflict with what we're saying.
Okay.
You talk about Danielle, because Crimson Cure hasn't done that. And then she came from Angry Man first. So Danielle's like the only person you can tag that with.
Well, I'm not speaking about Crimson Cure, right? But what I'm saying,
Danielle.
No, I heard you. But what I'm
Concrete Rose.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm saying is, no, if you're gonna, you know what I'm saying, use women, you know, to display their behavior. I mean, whether you're doing that or whether you're, how can I say, you know, using kind of like what Dr. T does. He shows these articles and things like that. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about when I say shame, blame, and explain, and that I'm against. I'm talking about what Ed just mentioned. I'm talking about the genuine effort to change bitches.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I'm talking about, right? And a lot of that does take place. Yeah. A lot of that does take place, right?
It needs to take place.
I disagree.
I disagree on that one.
Okay. All right, you guys.
I just want to say something because I'm not about to stay on here long with you all.
I have another panel that you go to. All right. If you want to have it, I'll let you have it. Okay.
No, hold on. Let BGS say. No, let BGS.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, man, go ahead, man. What's your answer? Go ahead. You want to interject? Go ahead, man.
No, I don't have the answer, BGS. I'm just saying, y'all go ahead, because my thing is, black men are just gone. Okay. This is basic. They are gone. They've been socialized, conditioned, indoctrinated with this. Okay. If they want to sacrifice themselves for these women, let them be at this point, fam. All this content that people's putting out at this point, it doesn't even matter at this point.
So let me ask you, what would you like to see? What is your idea?
No, I don't listen. Hey, I don't have a problem with the people that's saying that
you like to see.
Black men just need to turn their back. That's all they got to do.
How do they do that?
Easy. Stop giving access to whatever you got to offer to that woman. Cut it off. Stop giving her attention on social media and all that stuff. But they don't want to do that. So my thing is, I don't care about the men that's shaming, blaming, and explaining.
Okay,
hold on. I want BGS to talk. So BGS, I'm gonna ask you a question. You said that there needs to be a genuine effort to convince the women to behave, or
you basically, if they believe in this thesis, okay, they believe in their theory, do you have to run the experiment?
No, I'm asking you because you said it has to happen. The genuine attempt needs to be made. Because again,
okay,
go ahead, man. What Ed said, real quick, what Ed said to me was, Marcus, you have girls on here and you talk to them of this, and this. There is never a genuine attempt in any conversation that I have with women on YouTube or on Facebook to convert them into any ideology that would be conducive with a community. I just want to put that out there. You can clip it, run with it. I don't give a fuck, right? Okay. So if you're saying that's what you're talking about, that's one thing. But to say you just said that there needs to be a genuine attempt. So what I'm trying to understand is, what do you think would come from a genuine attempt? Because before the internet, all these years, and you post the data that these genuine attempts have been made, and we're still here in 2023 having this conversation, talking about what we need to make these guys aware by showing them genuine attempts. And I don't, I just want to understand, how that is. And then Ramil, is this the Ramil?
I'm just a regular guy, man. What's going on? I had to pull up on you, man. I had to pull up on you. You was a good sport last time we was on a panel together, man. I didn't know but I see you doing your thing. So yeah.
So all right. Thanks for jumping in here. I want BGS to speak first because I know his time is limited. So do you remember that you heard the question I just asked you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you asked it's the same question. I just wait until you finish your whole explanation before I
No, go ahead. You jump in right now.
In other words, I'm a chemist, right? That's where I was trained, right? Okay. People have theories about it. Okay, theories about what would happen if. Okay. But the thing is that if the experiment is never run, the theories can never be proven or disproven. And what has to happen is the women have to come back to the table, and men have to make a genuine effort to actually negotiate with them to find out, guess what? The same shit that we've been saying is true. There is no more experimentation. There is no ifs, ands, or buts, right? Okay. Even the pro-blacks that I've been hearing, okay, are actually switching sides because now that they've had to come back to the table, okay, the women have to come back and negotiate, and they're saying these bitches are on something, okay? So even the pro-blacks and people are actually going at our throats, trying to come at us, trying to throw pearl at us, and all this shit are coming to the same conclusion that we have with things because they're running the experiment. The experiment that they're running is not working. Even Obi, the experiment that you're running, guess what? You're hearing the same shit that we've been telling you that you're going to hear. Now, do you believe us?
So if they're running the experiment,
hold on, okay?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
So now that they're hearing it, now all the arguments that they've thrown at us, that they come up with us and trust and believe, me and Ed have had, we just had a pro-black maybe a month or so ago, come up with the same bullshit, right? The same bullshit. That if men did this, if men did that, if men make six figures, if they did all this shit, then all this shit would change, right? So now all these broads, I told Obsidian, okay, at 2019, the chicks are gonna come back to the table, gonna have a chance to negotiate them. What the fuck are you gonna say? What do you think is going to come back? Now, here's your chance. You've been saying it for 4 or 5 years. All these guys in the pro-black space and the conservative space been saying the same shit for 4 or 5 years. Now they're here. What you got? What do you think they're going to say? Because now you're face to face. You have all these panels with all these chicks, you know, and guys going back and forth negotiating about who needs to do what, right? And they're not budging because I know they wouldn't be able to budge faster. Will they change? They'll change, but things are going to take time. It's not going to take. They're not going to come back on the table giving blowjobs, because even my doctor said the same thing. They thought the women were going to come back to the table offering something. Guess what they did? I told you they wouldn't. But now you get to try because they're there. Run the experiment. See, now,
so who needs to run this experiment?
The guys that want to negotiate, that want to be at the table with them. Okay.
Which guys? Which guys are you talking about?
The Lapeefs. The OBs,
the 70%,
the 70%, the pro-blacks, the other kind of guys, the nationalists, the other kind of guys that believe in the black community and
their manosphere.
And we got a lot of them in the manosphere. Trust and believe.
No. You're talking about pro-blacks, Jason Blacks, and those would be one people.
We have pro-blacks inside the manosphere. Yes,
no, but we do. But these guys that you're mentioning, these names that you're talking about, and eventually I want to let Ramil jump in. Because that's why I'm asking you, like, who needs to run? Because you keep saying they, but then you'll say we need to show them with a genuine attempt that this doesn't work. And you said, oh, you're in chemistry and there's theories and attempts to be made. Understand that none of this stuff is new. None of this stuff is new.
Let me rewind it again, okay? For the manosphere to really work and make change, right? It's got to expand. It can't stay in this little bitty nub, okay?
I'm not saying that either.
In other words, for the manosphere to change things, it can't expand. It can't stay in this little bitty nub, right? It's got to expand, right? It's got to expand to the guys, the guys that are maybe semi-red pill, even blue pill, right? They have to hear the message and actually run their own experiments, right? So now if they see it, because before the women weren't back at the table, they had no reason to. COVID changed that shit, okay? COVID said you got to find a man if you want to survive this shit. You got to find a man. You have to. So now they're forced to come back and negotiate with you. The thing is, what are they negotiating with? And what do they want? What do the guys want? Now they have a chance to actually come back to the table and they can say either yes or no, one way or the other. Now, if you know, because I hear this from the pro-blacks all the freaking time, man, even in this space, okay? Even with this what they call it, what do they call it? When you have to make 6 figures and you got to do this,
high value man,
high value man, all that kind of stuff. And you got to, all black men have to make 6 figures and dominate these women, which is not going to happen. You can't change culture like that. Never has. Okay.
The thing is, when you mention these pro-blacks and stuff like that, these are people that will tell you themselves that they're not part of this space. So if those people who are throwing shots at the space saying, you guys are the winosphere, you guys are trying to negotiate and shame women into, some sort of conventional, traditional, patriarchal role in this, aspirational black community idea, right? Those guys are separating themselves. So which pro-blacks are you talking about in the space? Because the pro-blacks that we're naming are not black manosphere. You're saying there's pro-blacks within the space. Who are they?
Okay. In other words, what did I say? For the black manosphere to make change, it's got to expand, right? The message has to expand. Okay.
Which message?
Number one, black male independence, right? BMI, BME, all that kind of stuff, right? Black male empowerment, right? Black male choice. It's got to expand, right? In other words, you have to give up your loyalty to this idea, what we call the ADOS community, what has been the ADOS community. You have to give that up. Most guys don't want to give that up. Okay, if you wanted to expand, how do you convince them? Okay, how do you convince them? It's not about the women; it's about them. How do you convince them?
I'm gonna let Ramil jump in real quick.
All right, go ahead.
I don't want him to wait too much longer because he's been chilling on the sidelines, and this is actually Ramil's first time here.
I got about 10 minutes.
Okay, so I want you to chime in, bro, and welcome to the channel.
Yeah, what's going on? What up, man? Salute to everybody in the channel, man. So look, here's the deal, man. What BGS is showcasing is the difference in generation, the huge generational divide. Okay, a lot of men up in his age feel an obligation to negotiate with women to bring them to the table when they're not needed for survival. They're not needed to have power and agency over your life. All right, but the older generation, they have this thing where they just have to get these women straight. And what S.B.E. did, all we did was say, hey, if you want to save a lot of mental energy and physical energy, just don't even waste your time. All right, they're not going to change. You cannot quantify that the manosphere is changing anything. Matter of fact, everything has gotten worse. Okay, divorce getting worse, female behavior getting worse. So we know it doesn't work. Kevin Samuels made a run. We know it does not work. So all we did was say, hey, let's enjoy the S.B.E. It's funny, all right. But for you guys out here saying, oh, Kevin Samuels is going to change the community or the manosphere is going to change anything, no, it doesn't start from here. It starts, if you want to change something, you're going to have to get boots on the ground, all right, money, all right, you're going to have some sort of economic power. You're going to have something else behind that shame. There is nothing else except shame. It's a weak position. And if you guys want the S.B.E., that's fine. We just saying, hey, it don't work, and we're laughing at it. That's why I hit so hard. You know, it's already ran its course. The manosphere has hit mainstream. All right, and all it's gotten is looked at by the police and, you know, negative attention. It has not made any thriving. If you want to know who made change in the world, Cornell, the guy in Georgia who actually went up the court system and actually fought all the way to the Supreme Court about paternity fraud. He wasn't S.B.E. All right, he was in the judicial system getting shit changed. All right, COVID did not tell these hoes to find a man at all. All right, if anything, it told them to be even worse because now they went to OnlyFans and online dating apps and finessing niggas that way. There is no negotiation. They're not negotiating. I mean, BGS, I don't got no disrespect for you, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about with these hoes coming back to the table. They're not back at the table. They're not even in the house. They are doing their own thing, playing with niggas, playing with men. They're going to continue to do so because they see how guys are groveling to them. So why would they not laugh at dude and take advantage of them and run niggas' pockets some more? All right. I'm just trying to say, hey, the best thing you can do is be indifferent, gain as much power as you can over your own individual life. All right, and have power like that and fuck with the people that are closer to you, because this whole trying to save the community shit, this really puts black men, like it's a heavy chip on the black man's shoulder. Like, why the black man? Oh, you gotta help the community, man. Fuck the community. You're gonna end up better men. I heard you say this earlier, Marcus, and you're right. Better men have tried. So if you want to waste your life, fine. But there's a whole world of opportunity out here. You can go as far as you want as your abilities will allow you. But to waste your energy trying to convince women who have freedom to become better, all we're saying it doesn't work. We ain't trying to stop nobody from doing anything. All right, when y'all get on the panel arguing with hoes and they start laughing, that shit funny. I'm sorry. All right, when y'all start trying to convince them, you know, 80% of men, no, that shit funny. I'm not trying to stop nobody from doing it. We're just pointing out that these hoes don't care. That's all it's about.
I can't disagree with none of that. None of it.
That's in line with what I was saying when the stream went down.
Listen, indifference got me a lot of pussy.
And it works. It's even better. Yes, that's another good point. If in anything, indifference is going to fucking change shit before anything, because that's when you really make change, because you're voting with your feet. All right. So that person who decides, hey, I'm either gonna walk with this motherfucker or let him walk away. Ain't no arguing, ain't no conversation, ain't no negotiating, ain't no fucking wasting time. But you know the deal. Hashtag they know they don't care. They know all the stats. They know that they fucked the pookie. They know that they already know this stuff. And then y'all be crying to them, it just makes them laugh even more. And I'm just like, I'm trying to help niggas. Like, yo, can y'all please stop looking so weak in front of you stupid assholes, these fucking weak ass, low-level assholes y'all giving these credence to by even. I remember Dennis Spurlin arguing with some hood rat. Stop fucking pookies. Like, nigga, why you give a fuck about what some stupid ass hood rat, you know, what the fuck she's doing? You know what I'm saying? $1 million attorney. You know, it's funny. That's all it is. All right. And y'all keep bringing the entertainment. That's, you know.
Yeah, the one that begs for negotiation is the one that lacks respect.
Already lost.
Okay.
I mean,
so I need to know who are all these channels that are doing that, because everybody always points out Obsidian. Because Marcus, because I didn't know I was walking up, and Marcus, it seems to be having an internal affairs job So we only gonna focus on who is in the black manosphere.
Okay,
so let's start with City.
Let me say that about
to be fair, Dennis, you
hold on.
Hold on, one at a time. Let Ed finish, please.
I wasn't even. The only thing I'm gonna say that real quick.
Okay, all right.
I'll let y'all. I got you. I'm gonna be quiet after this. I'll let y'all get away with that. Y'all using the black manosphere for S.B.E. Most of the S.B.E. we do don't even come from y'all. All right, it'd be a little bit. We could be going on World Star, celebrities, the white boys, and every once in a while y'all come
to our channel.
So hold on. Okay, Ramil.
Go to my channel and watch. Y'all barely on that shit.
Oh no, your minions come to our channel.
Marcus, I really ain't trying to overrun your shit.
Come on, man. I can't. What am I supposed to do? Your minions. I got your fans in my shit.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit, Ramil.
So they don't be in the same chat room.
They don't be talking shit, acting stupid.
What you want me to do? Want me to? It's engagement.
Okay, fine. Listen, no, you right, Ramil. You right, Ramil.
We're not answering them. Yeah.
I'm trying to be cordial. So don't be up quiet over there. I'm gonna say that straight up. So fine, you're right, Ramil. They're your minions. You can't control them. You don't be sending them to do stuff. Fine. I don't got proof of that. Why am I the S.B.E. guy? That's a video you and Ty City made. Because that's what a lot of your minions are running with based on what you do.
Okay, so Ed, I mean, you do a lot of streams trying to tell these hoes what they need to do, and you be
that's not true.
Hold on. I'm going to ask you the question. You're very animated. You're very animated when you do it, you know, and it is entertaining. It's nothing wrong with that. Like, y'all should embrace. I've embraced what I am on this shit. All right, I know how people.
You're saying not S.B.E.
No, let him finish.
Hell yeah, fuck all you niggas. Yes. Okay. Fuck yeah.
How do I S.B.E. remember?
Fuck all you niggas. Okay.
I'm not saying who said
our shit's working.
I ain't even trying to have that argument because I've already made the argument that it is. I'm the one that said that it's an attack job on the it's an attack job on the manosphere. I'm the one
be here. Hold on. Let's try to be organized.
What? Are you aware 2 states are trying to repeal no fault divorce?
Okay.
That's working, sir. That's the manosphere.
You said what? 2 states to what?
Yeah, two states, Louisiana, Texas, are putting in legislation to repeal no fault divorce. They've already started to repeal abortion. Right?
Are you attributing to our conversations?
To the manosphere in general, okay?
All right, man. See, can you quantify? Is that proven? I mean, because there's a lot of laws, like the paternity law in Georgia, that had nothing to do with the manosphere. So how can you quantify?
But see, this is the thing.
Wasn't even alive when that happened.
We gonna swing back to what I'm talking about.
I just want to say,
well, then we all do this shit for naught. Then, okay.
No, it's not even about that. Listen to what I'm saying. It's not that we do it for naught.
So basically, I'm gonna put all my shit on Patreon. I'm just gonna go away. No, it's fine.
It's not even that big of a deal. My thing is this. All I'm saying is that it's not.
It's all for naught, and then I'm wasting.
That's not what we said. So you're basically.
That's what he said.
I'm just saying it's not working. And if it can be
so
quantified,
it's not.
I'm wasting.
That's what that means.
Can it be quantified? Like, shut me up with the data. How has the manosphere?
I'll give you one.
Has S.B.E. worked?
I'll give you one. Right, just one. This just happened, right? And this is something Dr. T has told me behind the scenes, right? Okay. There's a 50-50 bill going on in Maryland right now as we speak. Okay. They actually consulted with who? Dr. T. Okay. Part of the manosphere, part of the black manosphere, called the 17 points black male agenda that's up there right now, right? If you go back and look with Dr. Ron O'Neill actually called it right back when the cocktails with the queens, when they went on Ice Cube. It's called the Ice Cube effect, right? It's changing voting patterns. It's where now they have to pay attention to black male voters and their issues. Okay, all across the Democratic Party. Okay, even the Republican Party, they're fighting for black male votes right as we speak. Okay, that's the influence of the manosphere. Basically, even go ahead, man. Go ahead and talk. I'll stop.
You're attributing things to the manosphere when it's like millions of black men who don't even know what the shit is. Maybe they looked at the data and was like, "Hey, look at this group right here that nobody has. Let's be the first ones there."
You asked for proof.
All this is beside the point. How is any of this going to garner the respect of women? It's not.
It doesn't matter
about. It's been different conversations at this point.
It's about changing the environment. Do you want better? Respect to women has nothing to do with. Do you want better for black men and boys or not?
Okay,
that
so hold on.
That does not require that you woman. That doesn't require that you get women. If you want better for black men and boys, you do not have to get anything from these women. Right? That is your responsibility.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Like the point of what we do is to raise. Look, my whole theory is if you raise the awareness of the men will be able to change the environment. You got a lot of goofy ass niggas that pretend that like water isn't wet and shit isn't going on. This is why you still got motherfuckers trying to sell marriage and do certain stuff, mainly the pro blacks and other folks. This is why they saying you need to make 6 figures, you need to be a millionaire, you need to be this and that. But the video, at least right now, is talking about internal people in the black manosphere that promote S.B.E. You just said I promote S.B.E. Talking about how I'm animated and shit like that. Yo, that's a part of the entertainment as to how I communicate on my shit. Yeah, so again, I'm asking
about what women need to do, who they fuck.
That's a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie. That is not what I talk about.
If they want to save what they call their community, that's what they have to do.
But that is not what. But I'm having a different.
Go ahead, yes.
But that's not what I'm talking about. The reality is my channel is 99% men. That is my numbers. My lifetime numbers are like 98% men. I'm only communicating with men, dude. Like the reality is Ty City does not like me, and he uses that S.B.E. shit in order to create.
Y'all gotta let y'all live, you know.
No, look, I defended Ty City. Hold on, I defended Ty City before people know that. I'm having this because we're having different conversations. Because my argument is that they use the S.B.E. shit as a blank check to attack people. Now, you personally may not do that, but that's how Ty City uses it.
Just
which
like
is which Ty City.
I wouldn't say Ty City. I would say the audience does it, but I wouldn't say Ty City does it.
Because they take cues from him. Ty City, he uploaded that video, right?
Yeah, but you can't explain, like once again, y'all trying to put what we do in the audience. The audience is his own.
Dude,
I'm just taking
that's bullshit
out of context.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Ed. All I did last week was actually what is S.B.E. That's what I asked. I wanted to understand what it is and what your philosophy is. Okay.
Okay.
That's all it
is.
If that's all it is, and basically, then it is what it is, right?
Now we got niggas talking about S.B.E. energy. We got niggas in the sassy. This is who represents what you're talking about.
I was going to answer BGS question.
The thing is, what do you think your outcome is going to be?
Okay, so the outcome is way more agency for men than they will have if they make it their mission to, try to shame women all day. S.B.E. is about just knowing that the shit don't work. We ain't trying to stop nobody from doing anything. We're not trying to stop nobody from talking. I'm tired of hearing that. Y'all do what y'all do. Like I said, we don't even get the S.B.E. from y'all a lot of the times. Like y'all be trying to make this about y'all. I'll let it slide, but really we be getting
you number one. Then why the fuck are you, Nick? Yo, do this for me.
And that can you show me 8 months ago?
All right, hey, y'all I'm gonna leave.
I would be cool.
I'm gonna leave. Y'all gonna talk over each other. I don't need this tonight. Okay.
So who was talking first? Was Ramil? Were you done or no?
Yeah, I was just saying S.B.E. is just saying that it doesn't work, and that if men adopt a mentality of indifference to what these females do.
What is indifference?
Not giving a fuck what they doing.
That's not indifference.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
That's the definition.
That's the definition. It's not care.
That's the definition of a difference. Ed, you were responding to him with something.
Well, I want to be. I don't want to seem like we cut. What's the definition of a difference?
And what's basically indifference is basically the indifference that you're purporting is basically picking the best woman for you. Okay, that's indifference, right?
That's not indifference.
That is indifference.
Indifference means lack of interest, concern, or sympathy.
To what?
To the whatever the bitches are doing, to the behavior,
whatever it is. Yeah,
that's a literal definition.
In other words, basically, the indifference that you want is to actually remove loyalty to the black women. Okay.
So let me say.
I'll agree with that. Yes.
And basically, that's what you mean by indifference. How do you practice it? How do you actually?
You don't try to. You just understand it is what it is. You don't try to change it. You don't try to argue.
How do you?
You don't get in her way.
Hold on a second. How do you convince black men that have been socialized by these women in this society to do that?
You're not going.
Nobody's trying to do that.
There's only going to be a small percentage that really goes with that philosophy. Most men are going to try to save hoes. That's just is what it is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So those are men that you are not inclined or want to talk to, right?
Well, it depends because they slide on the channel, and I'm not here trying to, it seems like you guys are here trying to make a
No,
difference.
I'm not trying. No. What do you got?
I'm here,
but see,
I'm asking you a question. I want to say, I want to be clear. Either yes or no. Are those men that you said will they want to do this and want to say the community, all that kind of stuff, you don't want to talk to, right?
not like not on a deeper, I'm not saying I'm not going to not talk to them like in life forever. I'm just saying on one of them conversations when the community is nothing to talk about. You want to say the community, I don't.
Okay.
Right.
In other words, those guys, those
they be laughing at the SBE too. Shit.
Those guys you're not interested in talking to, right? But we are. Okay.
But that's not what he said though. This is what he's saying is what I said earlier. BGS.
Translate for him.
Okay. The genuine attempt to convert or transform anyone into this idea of an aspirational community. I mean, the thing that's confusing me a little bit, and this is for BGS, is I often hear the term black pill thrown around, and I mean in the context of nihilism. It is what it is, that sort of thing.
That's part of it. That's one part of it.
But this flies in the face of that. Because if we're talking about
there's another part of a black pill called utilitarianism.
That's a good point. You should agree with this. If you black, pill,
all right, come on, man. Okay. Now, if you want to have a discussion, we can have a discussion, but we have to cut it short so we can actually have one instead of run-on sentences. Okay.
No, go ahead. We're waiting for you.
In other words, utilitarian is the other half of black pill, which is sonum bonum, the greatest good, right? Just looked it up. Well, it's just looking at a whole series on utilitarianism. That's black pill, okay? That's your army bombing, whatever it is, so so many people can eat. That's what Thanos did. Snap out half the population of the universe.
But that's a bad comparison to what we're discussing here.
That's the other part of black pill, okay? Which part of
that's part of black pill. But what I'm saying is that's this SBE thing.
Since we're confused on what SBE is, and I'm the perfect example of SBE according to Ramil. Let's talk about
I can tell you some perfect examples.
Because I'm either doing it or I'm not. Because literally, we got niggas in this chat right now, literally attacking me off the strength of the shit.
Sorry.
Ignore all of that. Let's have
a discussion. What culture does not shame, blame, and explain to their kids and their population?
You're talking about the kids.
That's not shame.
In this culture,
that's not shame.
Because look, check this out. In this culture, women have freedom. Okay, so this is a whole nother dynamic. They have freedom to do what they want under the American law. Shame without power. Okay, you can't just say do this. What's behind that? Do you have any sort of power move that's going to force the hand?
How did they get their power?
Who get their power?
The women that are doing this. How do they get their power?
They utilize
which women?
They use the pussy. They use the pussy, and they got simps to sign laws for them.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Really? Yes.
It wasn't pussy.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
So
disagree.
The same way you got civil rights.
That's not the same thing. Feminism, civil rights were achieved by two different.
How much do you understand about civil rights, feminism, all this kind of stuff?
I understand.
It's called
a great amount.
It's called a social contract, right? According to the social contract, that's what they go by.
What social contract?
The social contract that you live by.
Who lives by? Well, there's no obligation to.
Do you vote?
No, not often. No.
I mean, do you have the right to vote? Do you want it? Okay. The right to have fair hearings. You want that?
What's that got to do with trying to get women?
Right. I don't get it.
Those are different
8-hour work week. That's social contract, right?
But understand, unless you're talking about a different social contract, the social contract is what's been broken here, right? So, absolutely.
The social contract that goes all the way back to
them hoes will rip that contract up and pissed on it.
No, they haven't. They depend on it.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
So then
they don't even want to marry niggas.
Me too is shame, blaming, and explaining. Okay.
Me too.
They appeal to the government.
No. Listen.
That's a power move. No. Me too is not shame. It's a power move. They go to the court.
Me too. No, it's not. The court didn't do it.
Yes, they did. The court literally put the man up.
No, they did not.
I said earlier. Listen, I said earlier.
No, they did not.
I said earlier that what women do with men right, to get their way, all right, is they use their feminine wiles and shit like that, right? I mean, aside from that, and that's how they got the vote. They got the vote. And again, they're the largest voting bloc in this country. All right. Politicians want their jobs. Okay. They use their feminine wiles. I want to understand, right? What bargaining chip, what incentive, because you're saying social contract, right? I say social contract's broken. You say, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
Shame, blame, and explain is trying to shame the women into fulfilling their obligation to the same contract. So no, hold on.
Okay,
No. I haven't spoken in a while, right?
Okay.
So I want to understand, like you said, the social contract is not broken, and here we are saying that we got to get these chicks back to this bargaining table, this negotiation. Well, what's at the negotiations? A contract, right? That they're not respecting. They broke in the first place. Right, that's what is being negotiated when you negotiate. When you have union negotiations, you sign a union contract. The contract, they're not upholding their end of the deal. They've breached the contract. Okay, that's not even debatable. They've breached the contract. Before we went from saying, well, we need to show these niggas that these bitches ain't respecting the deal, to now saying that they didn't disrespect the deal. Like, I'm trying to like this. We all over the place here. What I'm trying to understand is how or what incentive are we offering? And when I say we, I don't mean white men, because when you mentioned earlier the no fault divorce thing, understand that things that white men are pushing, men's rights advocates and things like that, we can only hope to benefit from. But there is nothing that black men in particular are bargaining with against their or leveraging against their women. Nothing other than shame. And that's why the word shame is there. The same way that they're trying to shame us to like Lizzo and fuck with trannies and all this other shit. And you can't shame us. What makes us think the same shame is going to work in reverse? We're going to shame them how? With what? What is the leverage? What is the incentive? What is the tangible? What is the denial of access? What is that thing? I need someone to explain this to me.
S.B.E is what they bargain. That's it.
Yeah, I'm tired of getting shut down, so I'm gonna wait till everybody get all this stuff out, and then I can have we talk about different.
Hold on, there was a pregnant pause. I don't want people to act like
no, for real, man. Because when I jump, it's all this interruption shit. So
yeah, okay. The social contract is the contract the United States works off of. It has nothing to do with individual people or individual cultures, right? That's how they get their power, appealing and shaming to the social contracts called the Leviathan of the government. Go back and look at it. That's what they're trying to do. Okay, that's what they've been doing. They took over the educational system by doing that. Took 100 years, but they did it.
Who's they?
The feminists, the females. That's what.
Okay, you're talking about women again. I just
all
explained.
Right, go ahead, man.
No, but you're not answering. Hold on. I asked, no, BGS, no disrespect. I asked a very specific question. We're not talking about women. We're talking about what do black men. I want this directly addressed. What incentive do black men? Let's not talk about the white feminists or the black feminists or anybody with a pussy.
Let me know when we finish.
Let's talk about men. What do men have to leverage this thing with? That's what I want to know.
It can't. So can I answer longer than the question? Is that okay?
Just address it directly. It was specific. It's specific
to black men. Okay. How did you get civil rights? You actually appeal to what? Appeal to the Leviathan. You appeal to the social contract that we wasn't getting it right. That helped black men. You still use it. If you want to get fired and not get lynched, you got to get beat up by the goddamn police on a wide basis, you have to appeal to what? The social contract that the America's actually built on. That's how it helps black men, right? How you can help black men and boys. How's it going to help you, right? Got to appeal to the contract just like they do. They appeal to it all the time. Why do you think feminists write all this literature? They put all this policy in colleges and write all this shit and actually brainwash all these bitches that to go along with this shit, right? They're appealing to what? The social contract the contract actually rules this whole United States and most of the Western world. Okay, that's how they do it. How did they do it? They by shaming them, say, okay, this is what you guys stand for, but guess what? We don't see it. That's how we got civil rights. They show the rest of the world, right? Okay, they say that these guys stand for freedom, fairness, and justice. Guess what? Look at how they treat their black people, how they treat their underlings. Do we have power? Could we kill people? Could we shut down and overrule this country? No. Well, what did we use? We used what we had. We shamed, blamed, and explained all the way to getting civil rights. You get all of them.
Okay,
no.
so once again,
can I?
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead and talk. I'll mute. Go ahead.
No, because
I'll mute.
Those are two different outcomes. Second of all, they did not S.B.E. They were in politics. They was in the government office. They was right there getting shit done, talking to politicians. They were not saying, "Hey, white people, please do this." No, man. Black people have money. Put money up.
So you saying? Okay? So you saying? Hold on. So you saying they could force? So you saying black people? You saying black people forced white people to give them what they give them? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying white people say, yo, we can make more money having these niggas work for us instead of segregating. So let's just let them have it. Fuck it. It's economics, always money.
I'm gonna try one more go with this. I'm gonna ask this question again, and it's specific as fuck. I don't understand how the depth of the specificity of this question.
I'm not trying to. You're not gonna.
I'm not talking. No, I understand. I'm not talking about white people. I'm not talking about rights, voting, none of that shit. I am specifying my question directly to the relationship between black men and black women only. Any response outside of that context, I'm just going to ignore. I mean, I'm not going to interrupt you, but I'm going to ignore it.
Dude, I'm going to answer the question directly before you ask it, Marcus.
I'm going to repeat it.
The only leverage you have is abandonment. That is the only leverage you really have.
Okay, and that's what we are talking about here.
Exactly. So we actually agree on that.
But Ramil, you didn't invent that. I just want to be real clear about it. Okay, I just want to be on the record. No, and I get it. It's not your fault. So all these dumbass niggas that are in the chat and all these dumbass niggas that take what you say, because even Ty City has talked about the problem with niggas taking what you and him say and they're creating some shit in it. So fine. I'm glad you said that. So that's not a new invention.
So then we're back to what we've been saying the whole time.
Well, the thing is, the problem is this conversation is almost like a conversation where you need to have just with BGS. Because like why I came on here is actually on some slightly different shit. And it's like we're getting mired down into this why. Like I'm not here to advocate for why people should explain anything to women. I'm part of I tell my dudes all the time, don't even explain none of these bitches on social media. Just tell them to date out. I'm part of the tell them to date out movement. That way you kill these conversations. That's what I've told my people to do. On social media, they say some goofy shit, tell them to just date out and end the conversation there. Don't even go into it.
Check this out. I don't care who it is. You can go into as deep in my video catalog as you want to. Okay. I got multiple videos entitled SYSBM, and MOT and them niggas come at my head just for using the acronym, right? Understand, when I say save yourself, I don't give a fuck how you do it. My thing is, I've been saying the same shit forever, and I've never gotten pushback. And I understand what you and BGS are saying. You know, I feel the energy of the men who are saying, no, let's get them back. Let's negotiate. I mean, we got a guy in the space who is largely pushing this message, and you know that's his thing, and he's winning off it. My position has always been the same and has always been clear. So when I asked this question, when I asked this question, as far as leverage against from black men to black women, because that's what we're here talking about. We ain't talking about anything that has to do with residual benefits from what white men and white women are going through, because that shit will take us all over the fucking place. We're waiting.
Well, even you saying that is that's caring in it of itself, because you the one focused on the black community.
I'm not
because my easiest thing is leverage, yo. Like the easiest, simplest thing about black men is black men need to understand that you have a lot more leverage than you give your benefit to. A lot of black men view their manhood through a black woman's womb. They view it through a black woman in particular, even above other races of women. You are 6% of this motherfucking population, yet you have. Hold on, and I'm also one of the ones that brought intercultural dating. So even if you need to date black women, okay, you have an option of dating other cultures of Black women. So my point, I'm even bringing this shit up to say these things have been talked about and consistently brought up and talked about. However, I don't know. So when we're having this conversation, we're giving legitimacy to, quite frankly, something that generally does not happen in the Black manosphere. Now, like straight up. Now you have these purple pill channels that have come up post Kevin Samuels. They've made a lot of money doing what I call zoo exhibits, where the Keishas come up there and they Keishan, and then you got dudes trying to appeal to their humanity, and they create friction as a mechanism of making money. Hell, a lot of them niggas don't even believe them bitches are worth saving, but they do that because they know it's a lot of goofy ass niggas. And yes, to be fair,
yeah, we all that.
Yeah, to be fair,
don't laugh at it though. We still
but I'm not. Look, man, I said I made the record. I made the record very clear. If y'all are using that as a content strategy to go after
purple, get paid.
If you going after purple pill dudes or bigger channels, I thought that was a perfectly acceptable strategy.
Whatever podcast, what else?
Cool. So Ramiro, understand that these dumbass niggas that listen to you, I asked them, can you please provide me with some links, some examples of people that they were doing, and some links. And I said this over the course of months, and these niggas couldn't do it. So I don't know. You got a fucking infestation of idiots.
The audience is not trying to like. There's a lot of people who say, "Oh, my audience is idiots," and then y'all be the same. I mean, I don't understand because.
Well, my audience. What? I mean, look like my audience represents me.
You gotta let them finish.
If my audience represents me, I'm gonna tell you right now. If that's not even the case. We're gonna compare
audiences. You don't, because I say mine represents me. So you're saying that your audience is not a representation of you, in your opinion. That's a valid opinion.
You said my audience is dumb. So you said it's a representation of me. You're saying I'm dumb. I gotta tell you, it's not even the case. The S.B.E. audience. No, you already. It's a waste of time because we handled that. What you was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Not me and Ed talking. And I'm just saying, if you got an audience of S.B.E., then your audience is definitely not intelligent. That's all I'm saying.
You said what?
If you have an audience listening and taking the S.B.E., that's not an intelligent audience.
Okay, my audience doesn't take your S.B.E. Okay, all right. Like I don't even like, again, my audience. I mean, I don't never have women on my channel anyway. Like you can count on one hand, and I've done 3,000 videos. How many women have actually been on my channel that I've actually talked to?
Right, real quick. Two things. Hold on, Ed. Two things. Because BGS said this is a waste of time. I want to address that. Ed, this comment that's on the screen right now. NGTOW Javon says that you said Black men have a genetic debt to pay to the community.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I've said that if Black men have kids with Black women, like, so let's take a guy like Phil from the Advice Show. Let's take Michael Jordan, dudes that, let's take, what's the dude's name? The billionaire, that they had kids with Black women. They paid their genetic debt to Black society. So why is it that we're using them as examples of Black men that quit the community? So the argument behind that was that if you believe in Black economics and passing down generational wealth, Black kids are required in order to do this. This is the arguments the pro-Blacks make as a way of talking shit about motherfuckers that ate out. I said, well, you all are fucking stupid because you all usually highlight people that have actually had kids with Black women. Tariq Nasheed is one too. He has his first kid is with a Black woman. So you should take those guys out of it because in your mind, based on your logic, they paid their genetic debt. I've never advocated for that. Everybody knows that. What you have is a whole bunch of people that I don't know what the fuck. You all have some kind of homoerotic obsession with me, and you all lit on to anything and everything as a way of trying to attack me because you all don't have arguments. I dropped the link.
That's not an argument. You calling niggas gay for criticizing you? That's what.
No. Niggas. These niggas. Let me tell you why I'm saying that, Ramil. Because nigga, as far as they concerned, they act like I'm gay. They zesty, sassy, constantly calling me gay. This is stuff they put at me. And my thing is, if you believe that, here's my argument. If you believe that somebody is an incel, and I ain't talking about you, I'm talking about the audience. If you believe somebody is an incel, you believe they're zesty, they're sassy, they're gay, they're all these things. Why is it that you talk about them and listen to them so much? I'm talking about from an audience perspective. Because obviously with you, it is, and that's legit. It is content. It can be content strategy. But I'm talking about as audience. I got a question, Ramil. Outside of YouTube money, if you're constantly talking and somebody affecting your money, if you're constantly talking about somebody constantly, and it's not benefiting you in any kind of way, isn't there something wrong with that?
I mean, I'm
not talking about from you on YouTube, you just talking shit.
I'm talking about from a nigga. I have a whole laundry. I have a whole folder of niggas in Discords and niggas just that are literally obsessed with me. And I got 6,200 subscribers.
This is my response to that. Okay, look, we all. If you're gonna be a content creator, people gonna talk about you.
That's not what I'm talking about, dude.
Ed, you gotta let him answer you.
I mean, no, I know what you're saying. It's people like it's just comes with the territory. I don't know what you should be happy. I mean, there's no such thing as bad publicity. You talking about people in the chat?
There's something to be said. No, I'm engaging that now because it's something to be dealt with. Because apparently, okay, cool. I know you. So let me be clear. So you're not sending these people after me, correct?
Man, what the fuck?
Dude, I never made that assumption. I never said it. I'm just getting you on record that you're not. You're not. I don't know about Thai City, but you're not. Because I haven't talked to you, so I don't know. Because a lot of these motherfuckers are coming in like spurts.
Yeah, the last thing on my, I don't even. That is all right. Yeah, you got it.
BGS.
Okay, you're saying no. Cool, fine.
Ed, hold on 1 second, because Big Cat
Marty needs to get in too.
And we got guys in the queue. So real quick, right? BGS, you said this conversation is a waste of time. Let me ask you this, right? Mm-hmm. Would you consider what we're doing S.B.E. toward the S.B.E. guys? What I'm saying is telling these men who are trying to shame these women into good behavior, right? Would you consider what I or Ramil is speaking on, telling these men that those things are useless, hopeless, whatever, or basically telling them what it is? Would you consider that a shaming tactic? Like what we're speaking?
It is a shaming tactic that you use.
Okay, so which one do you think is more effective? Telling the men, right, what's to gain from their indifference, from them pulling whatever resources, whatever they build themselves up to have, away from the table, so that these same women, because I often hear it said that, if they pull the government benefits and this and this and this, although these women got a bunch of, I'm not saying that you said it. I said I've heard it said.
It was Obsidian said it, yeah.
Right.
And,
so
and the other so-called conservatives, they said the same thing.
Right. So this idea take things away from women. How do you negotiate, right? This family without taking something away, which again, Ed already said the only thing that you really have to take away is yourself, your participation, your presence, right?
Okay.
Your own sister George says that these women ain't gonna take niggas serious until they walk away.
That's when they start walking away. Yeah.
All right. So if these things are already in the air, then what else is there to negotiate? And why is this a waste of time?
Okay. What I'm saying is this discussion is a waste of time because I'm trying to explain to you exactly what's going on and why we're doing such a thing, but you guys don't want to accept it. That's fine. Okay. So in other words, me being here is basically a waste of time. Do what you do.
No, we know.
We always pull that when people don't agree with him. We always pull that when people don't agree with him. It's a waste of time. You guys are not going to
okay.
You guys not going to grovel at what I'm
saying.
Go
ahead, go ahead. Let him talk. Go ahead and talk, Ramil. Go ahead.
Ramil, let him finish. Ramil, let him finish.
Okay, I said that most of the guys that we need to kind of convince, okay, trying to convince that change over, the experiment has to be run, right? Let them go. That's why they have to be at the table. They've been asking for that for like 15 years. We need to talk to these women. We need to save the black community. We need to have women change so we actually make a better black community. Been saying that forever, right? Run the experiment now.
The black manosphere does not need to run that experiment. If those guys want on their own time to attempt to do that on their own time, they can do that. I don't think that it is an obligation or function of the black manosphere, whose original intent was to give black men autonomy from the community, to now try to save it. I don't think that
they might not need to, but guess what they want to do? They want to do it anyway.
Well, people in hell want ice water, bro.
Well, then the thing is what they want, okay? They're not going to stop wanting it until they get in hell, okay?
What I don't understand is
all we do is just laugh. That's all it is. We're not trying to stop nobody from doing that. We're not trying to stop. They just said they're going to do it to hell. They're going to do this to death.
That is fine. Why do we do what we do, okay?
But BGS, you keep calling it an experiment.
Okay, one at a time, y'all. One at a time. Who's talking?
We're calling this an experiment as if we don't already know the outcome.
Well, you might know, but they don't.
Who's they? What you talking about? The guys? What age?
Okay,
what age? What age range are these young guys? Are these old guys? Which? I know you're talking about black men, but
black men get in. Black men get indoctrinated by their mothers. They get indoctrinated by the school system.
Agreed.
Right? They have to run the experiment on. They have to see it. They got to run it, and they got to be convinced, because you have all these voices telling them that they should stay in the black community. They're getting guilted and shamed to stay there. Right? Okay. Until go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No. Continue.
I mean, are you trying to S.B.E him into coming off the position? Because I mean, he said what he said. If it can't be comprehended, then that is what it is.
I heard what he said. BGS wants to save hoes, and it is what it is.
Is that what I said? Is that what I said?
That's paraphrasing. Yes.
Okay, fine. Paraphrase it then. That's what you believe.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying.
But BGS is saying we have to talk to these women. Back to the table. You want to save these hoes?
No, that's not what I said. Not
he's taking a bit. But see, BGS, you kind of said two things. Right now, right now, in this moment in time, you're saying that the experiment has to be run so that we can display or illustrate to these men. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, because you said it more than once.
They have to find out on their own. I said that from the very beginning.
Right, but
why am I trying to save hoes?
Why? No, again, that's what he said.
The reason why I said that is because you're clearly saying that we have to talk to these women. They are back at the table.
Right.
Why?
No, but you said
I don't know why you want to do that.
Okay, that's
BGS.
I can tell you why not. I can tell you why not.
No, go ahead, Ben.
Because it doesn't benefit you. You don't get a return on investment on your time.
BGS.
No ROI.
So let me tell you the other thing you did say, BGS. You said that there also needs to be a genuine attempt to convert these women. You did say that. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
If you want to save the ADOS black community as it sits, right? If you want to save it, continue your culture without being blended in, because if you go back and look at even from 1890, right? The Mohan Conference 1890. Go back and look at the Monahan report, right? They want to assimilate you. What does that mean? Admix, okay? Go look at it. Oh my God! Go look at. Go read it.
So hold on.
I read the Monahan report. That's how I read it.
It says it at the very last paragraph. The last paragraph. It does say that.
So we have to fight our women to win some sort of culture war against white supremacy. Like I'm trying to understand.
But this is the argument. Okay, you gotta.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Black women have they've cut their deal. They've signed their contract with white supremacy, with the government. They've made that deal. I'll say it again and again and again. The provider male is dead. You're trying to win them back from the same people that you're in a culture war with. Just understand this, right?
You do realize all black men are not red pill, right?
I just said that. Okay?
That's we understand that. You again, nothing that you guys are saying is lost on it. I know. I would imagine not Ramil, but
argument
definitely not me.
Because it's like the argument that we only make.
Let me finish. Can Marcus finish the argument so I can actually understand and kind of tighten it up before people jump in, Marcus? So I can understand what you're saying.
Again, what you're saying to me is this experiment has to be run. And y'all mentioning Monahan. What year was Monahan?
1965.
So here we are in 2023 trying to we still trying to put the solution on the heroin to see if it turned blue. Let's talk chemistry, right? So we still trying to see how pure the heroin is. It's pure, motherfucker. It's that Frank Lucas. It's that blue magic. So how many? So with every new generation of black men, we got to run this experiment. We got to let them see.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. You said no, but I said okay.
No, I wasn't done talking. But since that's the part you want to respond to, I want you to respond to that.
Go ahead. Go finish. I want you to finish.
No, you said the young guys who don't know, we have to run the experiment so that they can see. These guys have social media. They got all of these things. If they don't see, that means whatever training, whatever conditioning is working for them. One of the hashtags on this channel is what? Anti-simp. Y'all know I don't give a fuck for simps. A fuck simps. I don't give a fuck about niggas who are trying to save bitches or the community. So I don't need to illustrate or experiment for these motherfuckers. I don't fuck them. And I am of the belief that whatever happens to them in their attempt to convert, rescue, save anything, if they die in the blaze, then that's their decision to do that. I'm not here for, I am here to put the information out, and whoever wants the meat, swallow the meat, spit out the bones. That's what I'm here to do. I want everybody to understand, because I got 174 people up here. I hope everybody's clicking the like button. I want people to understand. This has been my message from jump. It ain't fuck the community. It's about you. I'm not here to save shit. We and BGS, you remember that conversation me, you, and what's his name? Black Oru was having?
Which
you were
one?
On the
there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch
right.
of them. Which one?
Well, it's a couple, but this was the old one. You were on the opposite position than you are now. So, you know, when he was talking about, oh, we got to go against the government and sue the U.S. government on behalf of black men and boys, or black women and government and all this other shit.
What did I say?
My man,
I don't know, man. I can't remember that shit, man. What did I say?
No, we ain't got to go into detail. What I'm saying is, me and you were on the same page. We were like, fuck it. What I'm saying is, just like I would say, fuck the community, I also say, I don't give a fuck about those who attempt to save it and what happens to them. I don't. All this stuff, all these things, you see, what fucks niggas up is all this stuff about, oh, ADOS culture and assimilate and all. That's what fucks us up. That is the bait that we can't walk away from this shit. That's what keeps niggas here. No, that's real. That's real. Okay, so if that's not it, then what is it? What is the reason for guys who are trying to escape this thing that we are on the internet, on YouTube, talking about all the time? The experiment failed. It failed. Right? You want people to run the experiment so we can show other people that still believe it can work that it failed. No, let them run it. Let them run it. What I'm trying. Okay, that's cool.
I'm not running it. They're running it.
I'm not saying you are, but but you're also saying, because I said that it is not a function of the manosphere to do that. You disagree. So then this ain't about a day. This is about a week.
The function of the manosphere is to serve the people that are in it. That's the function of the manosphere.
Okay, so
okay, go ahead, man. I can't answer. Go ahead.
No, continue, because you said to serve the people. So go ahead, tell, because obviously, you know, you are free to do that. Your version of serving the people is different from mine. I'm not here to feed niggas into the beast.
Okay. All right.
You understand what I'm saying? And BGS, you got to understand, like,
I can't answer, but it's okay. Get it all out, man.
I mean, is there a question or no?
No. You asked me a question. I started answering.
So this is what. No, tell us something that you haven't said already, because you've made the point a few times. So what I'm trying to understand is, what are we missing?
The purpose of the Black Manager is to serve the people that are in it. Okay. Whatever their problems are, they want solutions to those problems, and they want to make the attempt. Okay. What I've said is that I don't agree with you, but guess what? Okay, if you can do it and you want to try, I will support you. That's what I've said from the very beginning. I don't agree with it. I don't believe that it can be done, but I will actually support the attempt. That's my job.
Whoa, hold on. Wait, if you don't even believe it's possible, then why are you even?
I just said it. Why? What did I say?
You just said it's your job. That is like
to support their attempt. I understand what their attempt is.
I got it. Okay.
You got it now? Does that make sense?
No.
It doesn't. Why? What part were you?
Because why would you entertain something you don't believe is possible? I just think, I don't know.
Because that's my job to support their attempt. Okay. It's my job.
It's like an obligation, or?
Yes. My job is to service and help them to get what they want, what they think they want. Okay.
Why don't you help them get what they? If you want to help people, why don't you help the person?
I do that too. I give them all kind of shit, don't I? But if they want to try, okay, because they feel that there's a chance, and there's a small chance, they want to try, I'll support it. I said that.
Let me ask you, and
I said that for 8 years. Go ahead and ask me a question, man. Right in mid sentence. Go ahead.
No, I thought you were done talking. Go ahead and continue.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I want this on record. So you're saying you disagree. So nowhere in your being do you, BGS Idmore, feel like these women need to be brought back to the table for a genuine attempt at replacing, because you said for guys who want to save the culture and this and that, none of these are your beliefs. These are the beliefs of the men that you're servicing, not yours.
Yes. I gave my reasons why. Because number one, you're gonna be assimilated. That's been the case and the objective and the policy for civil rights from the very beginning. Integration, assimilation, and admixture. It's been that. That's why they actually desegregate the schools first. They want you to mix, and it's working. That's what they want. They want the problematic ADOS community to actually disappear, just like the Native Americans did.
Who's they?
The government of the United States. Okay, that's the official policy. Been so since.
Wait, they want what to disappear?
They want the ADOS community or black community, the Negro, as they call them, to disappear, just like the Native Americans pretty much did. That's what they want. They said that from the very beginning. They said that back in 1890, okay, under the Mohawk Conference. Bring them into the family of Americas, okay? How do you do that? You can do one of three ways, right? Okay? You can actually deport them, kill them, or assimilate them. It's only three ways, right? Decide assimilation. That's why they call it assimilation or integration, which is a nicer word.
I feel
and I'll close with this. You guys can have it after this, right? And basically what they wanted to do over a long period of time, because they didn't want to do what they did in Nazi Germany. They said that's not the way. Okay. They didn't want to do what they did to the Native Americans, which is force the black kids out of the homes and put them in Indian schools and make them marry white people and other people. They didn't want to do that. They did it a slower way, right? Because the eyes of the world is watching. It's going to take 7 generations, but they're willing to wait. And that's what they're doing. Okay. And that's the plan. Now, what I said is that if you want to save the ADOS community as it sits, I said you only have a small window to actually do this, right? Because if not, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get assimilated out.
So let me ask you,
go ahead.
You weren't done. You weren't done.
Okay. So if you think you have a last ditch attempt to actually change the direction of what's going on right now, you need to change the women. If you can do that, you might have a shot. If you can't, guess what? It's done. But I will support your attempt. Am I understood?
So you're going to support the logic of changing a whole millions of women through panels on the internet?
What happened to helping black boys?
That is not the topic of discussion right now. But helping black boys, okay. How do you help black boys?
What about legislation?
It's called policy, right?
Do you all do anything as far as policy goes?
Yes, we're doing it. We have about 4 PhDs that can help change policy inside.
Help change, or they haven't made one yet?
How long?
They haven't changed any policies as of yet.
You're gonna talk through me. Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. If you want me to answer, it's okay. If you have the answer, please give it to me. I'll wait. Policy is made from the academics first, right? And it's already started to change, okay? Because now you have to have a focus on black boys. Where do you think that book of Boys and Men came from, Richard Reeves, right? Why do you think they actually talked about Tommy Curry's book, Man Not, right? This is the black male ADOS, right? Actually talking about this, right? Talk about changing boys and men, because now it's affecting all boys, okay? So in other words, policy is getting ready to switch back the other way because it's gone too far. And black boys have been at the lead of that. Remember the Brookings Institute a paper by Chetty that made news all the way around the world.
You're giving all this information, sir, and I apologize, but what does it have to do with helping black boys?
Okay, all right, okay.
Because I've listened to a lot of your stuff, and that's what you talk about.
How long do you think it takes to change policy? Any policy?
Are you doing anything actively?
How long?
Are you just talking online?
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
All right, so hold on. Let me. We got two guys here who have not said a word yet. Okay. Big Kev, and then I got two guys in the back.
And I got a few more minutes. Okay.
Right. So Big Kev.
Hey, what's up, Marcus?
Okay. What's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going, man? Thank you so much, man, for letting me up on the panel. Yeah, it's a very interesting discussion. I think going back to what Ramil saying was about S.B.E. Here's the thing, Ramil. When it comes to this space, actually, I think you have the direction switched. Like when you say that a lot of these brothers are trying to, S.B.E. with the women. No, it's actually the opposite. You can see this with the pushback against SYSBM and the Passport Bros. There's a lot of people who try to S.B.E. So-called black men here in America. You know what I mean? Which is why spaces like this are constantly under attack. You saw this with FD Signifier coming into the space. You saw this with a lot of these people in the space. Okay. Going back to what BGS said about the plight of black boys, here's what's happening. And I've said this repeatedly over and over again. The same gynocentric and misandrous bullshit that we've had to put up with for decades, centuries, has now basically infected all of Western society, thanks to second wave and feminist policy onward. Okay, so because of that, we're basically the canary in the coal mine. Okay, we falsely assume that because this space is small in number, that we're small in impact, and that's not the case at all. Okay, we're more like, and I keep using this comparison. We're like kind of like the Harlem Hellfighters or the Lost Battalion of World War One, where our impact is felt because we essentially, when we're getting a lot of this heat, okay, and we're getting all this negativity, okay, because we take a politically moderate stance, which is what BGS said, is change our policy to help advocate for boys and the men and whatnot, we're actually able to push the conversation forward, like what BGS was talking about in regards to changing the laws on no-fault divorce and whatnot. Whereas what a lot of the general so-called manosphere, they vacillate between political radicalism and capitulation. Whereas with this space, it's more so, it's like a take and hold where we take up a moderate stance, think like what a Marxist is talking about, which is basically, hey, focus on your own self-development and focus on, your own self-interest. And even Edward Anderson talked about that as far as focusing on your own self-interest, taking that position and like holding steady and not apologizing, despite all the infighting. That's actually a lot.
Are you saying they're taking away? Are you saying they're taking away no fault divorce, or what are you saying they're doing?
I'm saying is that as far as states like Texas, yeah, making laws to take away like no fault divorce, or at the very least.
So y'all want to keep the bitch. So y'all want to motherfucker had the bitch.
Here we go.
No, and let people talk, bro. God damn it.
No, hold on,
bro. Shut up.
Here we go.
You can't.
So you want that
Right,
bitch on a leash?
Bro, stop.
I'm headed over to the Coliseum.
God damn it, man.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, check this out.
What's up, man?
You don't give nobody no quarter if they take a breath or cough while you talking, man.
For me?
Yeah, man.
I do all the time. Basically, when you guys interrupt, I stop.
No, I understand that. No, but Ramil started to talk, and then you started to do the here we go.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is,
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm trying to keep this circulating. Go ahead. Who had the mic just now?
Go ahead. Actually,
I was talking. I was talking. But anyways, like I was saying before, again, it's like the space is small in number, but it's big on impact. Again, this space has been attacked for the last like almost decade, saying, oh, we don't know what we're talking about. Oh, we're just, you know what I mean? Oh, it's pointless. And like what BGS said, every time we say the space is dying or the space is not being effective, the opposite happens, So that's why I find ironic, when people make these arguments and these complaints, because every time you say the space is not doing something or that it's ineffective, real life comes out and smacks us in the face and says the exact opposite.
I gotta ask you for niggas. Can you quantify that? I'm gonna get out of here, but I just want to ask you real quick. What do you mean? What change has? What positive change in the real world that you can actually directly link to this and prove me wrong? That's all I want. I mean, I'm trying to learn like what.
Right.
Kevin Samuels, number one.
What did Kevin Samuels do?
In other, we took a small unknown piece of what we called the management that was tiny and disrespected to prominence, pretty much.
But that didn't change the real world. Women are still have the same attitude.
Matter
of fact, even worse.
All right.
Hold on. He's asking a valid question because what I was gonna ask Big Kev, because he kind of piggybacked off of your thing about no fault divorce, right? Which I look at as a men's advocacy thing more so than a shame women back into the community thing, right? Understand the whole no fault divorce thing. Number one is I don't see the correlation with that in the black manosphere or the conversation.
That doesn't even help men.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not. So you got to keep the bitch there. She probably gonna poison your goose.
Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Because no fault divorce. Okay, so that means nobody can leave. So she's stuck with you. She don't want to be with you. What you think she's gonna do to get out?
No, it basically means like, listen, if she wants to leave, that's fine, but she doesn't get to just take half your assets and the children just because she wants to leave. That's what
somebody has to be at fault.
Understood. But that's it.
Somebody has to be at fault.
Meaning that you can leave. Sure, you can leave because of irreconcilable differences. You just aren't entitled to alimony or child support just because you want to leave.
Okay, I hear you. I want to clarify something. At no point am I saying or suggesting that the manosphere or the black manosphere is useless. What I'm saying is, in the context of black men and black women, and I keep saying that, shame is useless, right? And there's no correlation between them passing a no-fault divorce law in whatever state y'all talking about and black men shaming black women on the internet.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example in the real world.
Hold on now, BG. Now I wasn't finished. So what I'm saying is, to me, that is an MRA, men's right advocate contextualized issue, as opposed to a black women I don't need no man issue. Because in order for you to have a no fault divorce, the bitch got to want to get married in the first place.
Okay.
Right. So I'm trying to understand this leap that we're making to correlate that with the conversations that are being had about, oh, we got to show these dudes that these women don't want to negotiate type shit. Like, I'm trying to understand the correlation between those two things and make it make sense.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
So what I'm saying, Mark,
you got it,
that
Kev.
when people talk about the S.B.E, I'm like, people have it backwards. It's the exact opposite direction. It's brothers here in America that are being aggressively S.B.E, shame blamed and explained. Okay. This is why you had the rise of
shows, your man off the panel, man.
Such as Oprah. This is why you had all that, the rise of all that intersectionality talk, as Mr. Z has talked about, and all that stuff. This is why guys like Passport Bros, the SYSBM get shamed. This is why this space gets attacked. The vast majority of the so-called S.B.E is the exact opposite.
Bro, no, it's not. I gotta stop.
Yes,
no, it's not. You're saying it's
yes, it is.
No, the reason why y'all get attacked is because in y'all videos, your Passport Bro videos, you always talking about Keisha and how y'all getting revenge on her. So the hoes saw that shit, and the hoes responded.
Oh my God. Shut up and let me talk. Let me fucking finish. Nigga, you always cutting people off, bro. Shut the fuck up.
What do you got?
We gave you the space to talk for like 20 fucking minutes. And then
you saying the same thing over and over.
Right. Are you okay?
We got a few people. Kev, we got a few people behind you. I want you to.
But I appreciate you having me. I'm gonna get off him now. I just really want to talk to BGS, but he gone. So I appreciate you for.
Well, I'm trying to hold you all here, man, because I don't usually get 153 motherfuckers, and you're popular niggas.
I'm just average.
I respect the humility and all that, but it's not like you're not saying some truth bombs in this motherfucker. So I would, if you are willing to stay here, I would rather keep you in the conversation. and Kev, I think we kind of get your point, but I want you to kind of like sum it up for us.
Yeah, I'm saying listen, and this is the reason why everyone made the tagline, everybody hates black men. I'm saying that anything that that so-called black men in America do to operate in their own best interest genuinely, we're going to get shamed for it. So I'm saying is that when Ramil talks about this concept of S.B.E, and I know what he's saying, but I'm saying in reality, especially over the last 50 or 60 years, that so-called S.B.E stuff, most of that is going towards the men, not towards the women.
No, we know that. It's sign language. We already addressed
exactly.
that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Sign language.
Okay, yeah, so what makes you, if that's not working, what makes you think that your version will?
Oh no. I'm not talking about making stuff work. I'm saying is that most of the space is, as far as with the so-called Black Manosphere, Green Gorilla included. Shout out to Green Gorilla. Again, it's not about necessarily about shaming the women into cooperation. They're about informing the dudes to saying, hey, don't waste your time trying to save people that don't want to be saved, and focus on like justice-oriented issues.
No, bro, the shaming is happening on both sides. I think we acknowledge that.
That's true.
Right. The shaming is happening on both sides. What we're saying is, why are we doing what? And now I want to get to, and when I get to Marty, why are we doing number one, or experimenting? These words that we've been using in this conversation. Why are we conducting experiments that we know don't work? I mean, we're men. We're supposed to be logical, rational, and all this other shit, right? So why are we doing these shaming tactics that we're pointing at the women for attempting on us, and it's not working for them? So why, we're both shame blaming and explaining each other, and both sides are looking at each other. Like, this shit is crazy. Marty,
hey, hold up, Marcus. I'm gonna step off the panel, let other people talk. But again, thanks for having me up.
No doubt. All right. So Marty, what's good, bro?
What's up, man? I'm listening. My take on everything is going to be different and unique.
Absolutely.
As it should be. All right, so I look at it like this. Just for clarity, I'm not a save the community type guy, and the guys that pretty much know me know I'm not. So I look at things through a lens of get your money up. You know what I'm saying? Because this really stems as an avenue to do everything that needs to be talked about in terms of fixing anything. I'm not trying to fix anything, because I look at it like this: when you have options, what they're doing in particular, what I mean by they, I'm talking about, I guess, the ADOS women that everybody's, making the complaints about. I don't file any complaints. I just file and check flights, and I just put myself in position where I don't have to necessarily deal with the riffraff. And the only way that's possible, it's not a mentality thing. It's not a black power. It's get your money up, and some people might take that because I already know the usual tropes that come out. Oh man, you tricking. Well, you have to have money to trick. Let me just say that. But no, it's not tricking. You have your people. See, when you don't travel and you don't know anybody with money, when you talk about money, it seems strange. It's like, what are we talking about? Because most people don't know anybody with real money. So anytime you bring money into a context of the conversation, the low level will resort to the basic things that they know. Oh, you tricking for dinners. Oh, like, I think it's really silly when I hear these arguments. And I've been accused, and the reason why I'm here, I've been accused of S.B.E. I didn't even know what the fuck it was. I thought it was like a sandwich or something. So I was like, S.B.E. Like, I don't have these conversations. When I do display like my content, I'm on panels with actual women in person.
What's your
like
definition of S.B.E?
Don't hold on a second. I'm actually on panels with people, so you can see that there's social skills. You can actually see where I'm at. You can actually see where I'm eating. Actually, I just dropped a video when I was in Colombia last month, dealing with business owners. See, a lot of guys, when they travel, they're doing the basic stuff. Oh, I'm dealing with women. No. I'm on something different. I'm trying to own stuff. I'm trying to deal with owners, people in the culture. So this is what I'm saying. I think a lot of this stuff is a lack of finance, which also brings in a lack of experience with the world. Because now if you open yourself up to the world, and I'm not saying go here, go there, I'm just saying go anywhere. You begin to have options. And when you have options by default, and I think one of the guys on the panel, I think one of the guys on the panel said before, indifference or something to that nature. But naturally, by assimilation, you get that indifference to people in general, not just ADOS women. So what I'm hearing is just a lack of, I'm just call it how I see it, lack of money and a lack of experience traveling and being, hey, listen, go to another state. You got some people who don't even travel outside their borough. And we know people like that. Let's not act like we don't. So I'm just saying travel in general. We ain't even got to bring this because what they'll do, they'll say, is this to travel? See, the low level thinking, I'm above that. So like I said, like a lot of people will say, oh, this is a passport commercial. No, this is a travel, get outside yourself. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, like I said, I don't make complaints or file complaints. I file achievements. And so a lot of these people who have these complaints complain.
But the people you hang with, they do
S.B.E. and things like that. You never see their face. You never see where they're at. You never see what they do on a daily basis. So they're like closeted incels complaining about what the next man is doing while I'm living life.
People that you hang with make excuses for black men.
And you could tell, by the way, you could tell.
Hey, I don't want to mute.
Yeah, and you could tell by the reaction I'm getting.
I'm finna bounce.
Yeah, bounce. So you could tell by the way people are reacting. You could tell by the way people are reacting. I'm the microphone guy. Don't talk over God. Don't talk over God. Do not talk over God.
The video the other day.
I'm starting to mute Mike.
That was you. The Chicago niggas getting extorted on the World Star the other day. Man, it's all good.
Don't talk over God.
That was disrespectful.
All right, anyway. Look, let me.
So like I was saying, y'all dudes talk for 20 minutes. I'm not finished. 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 I am not finished. Shut up.
This nigga got a motherfucking homo ass star on his
I'm not finished. Shut the fuck up.
You are being very.
The God is speaking. Do not talk over God. Do not talk over God. You will get punched in the mouth. Do not talk over God. Don't talk over God.
Movie background.
Don't talk over God. This is the microphone God. Relax. Relax.
Ridiculousness. That's what it is.
Relax.
You're ridiculous.
So like I said, anyway, you can tell by the reaction that I'm getting. So leave. Go. So leave.
Marty, no, don't tell my guest to leave, bro.
Yeah,
Marty,
no, don't tell him to leave. He's complaining. I'm talking. He talked like an hour.
Marty, I'm talking to you now, right? What I want you to do is, because I hear you talking, but I want what you're saying to kind of like be specific to the topic that we're discussing. You understand what I'm saying? So like, and then I got to pass the mic because I got people below you. Gigi hasn't spoken, and I got Chaos Rain in the back. What I want you to do is, aside from the whole, what you do and the passport thing and all of that stuff, just kind of like succinctly tell us what is your position on shame, blame, and explaining with Black women in this culture in America, and how do you feel about that?
Yeah, like I was saying, I don't participate in shame, blame. There's nothing to shame and blame when I'm looking above that stuff. I'm not going to complain why Keisha got 5 babies, and I don't want to smash Keisha with 5 babies. So I don't care what I don't care what her son do. I don't care what her neighborhood looks like. That's not my responsibility. So I don't get on panels worried about women that I don't even care about.
Nobody wants you to care. So we just want
I'm
you
not
to go.
talking to you, sweetheart. I'm talking to Marcus.
Go.
I'm not talking to you, sweetie.
You can just go.
I'm not talking to you, sweetie.
Red,
I'm sorry.
Red, you gotta let him talk.
Let me talk. Because I didn't say nothing for like 30 minutes.
I want him to finish. That doesn't mean
I apologize. Yes, I apologize.
Yes, thank you. I accept your apology.
I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, I accept it anyway.
I wasn't talking to you.
I accept it anyway.
Marty, bro, chill, man. I'm trying to clear the floor for you.
So mute her because she's talking over me.
No, she stopped. She apologized to me, but you're addressing her while I'm telling her to chill.
She's still talking while I'm talking. That's the point.
Marty, fuck all that shit, bro.
All right, so go ahead. So let's stop talking about her and let's talk to me and you.
No, nigga, you talking to her, Marty.
I'm talking to you right now. Forget about her. Let's talk to me and you.
Continue, bro. Continue.
Yeah, so all I'm saying, see, what I'm saying is really getting under people's feathers. I understand because they never heard stuff like this before because they're usually dealing with broke niggas. And I understand that. So I get the pushback. All I'm saying, this all stems from lack of resources. I don't care what the situation, why you're broke. That's not what I'm trying to advocate here. I'm saying it is what it is because a lot of people didn't put in the work or just didn't have the coin toss that happened to fall in their favor. However it is. All this stuff, complaining about people that you really shouldn't be even dealing with in the first place is mute. Right. So right. The whole, you see, that's basically what I'm saying in a nutshell. And if everybody was on their purpose and get into their own bag, you would have access to women who don't act like this. And so fuck what they doing. I don't want to hear about little boys and how it's going to help little Tot. That ain't my kid. Fuck him. I'm just be blunt with the shit. And so what? If you got kids and you a single mother, fuck you too. That ain't my responsibility, boo-boo. And it's just that simple. So I'm tired of people saying because I got a passport, I'm being put in this stupid bag. I'm like, listen, there's a big world out there. And a lot of people who give this old S.B.E. bullshit ain't never been nowhere. And they don't have no proof as to where they've been if they said they've been anywhere. I got proof on my channel. You know this. So I'm not speaking from a point where I don't show my face. I'm not speaking from a point where I don't show what I do. I have receipts, purely receipts. And most of these people talking this bullshit who's talking over me have nothing to show or say. Matter of fact, Alonzo, he's my financial advisor. I'm not talking bullshit that can't be verified. So stop with the bullshit. Yeah, you're not talking to somebody. You're not talking to somebody who's like some closeted incel who's socially awkward. Yo, listen, I'm actually doing things in real life. Fuck YouTube.
Marty, you don't gotta say yourself tonight. Check this out. Right, chill. Gigi, you've been waiting. I want to hear from you.
No, I think everybody's shame blaming and explaining in this motherfucker. Everybody pointing fingers and talking about what they doing wrong. It's like at the end of the day, man, like there's going to be differences of opinion about where we should go and how we should get there and, the whole nine. But like, the shit is non-productive when you got people calling each other faggots and shit, and going back and forth, being disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, just because you got a difference of opinion, but like at the end of the day, man, let's just keep it a buck, man. S.B.E. in and of itself is an argument that, like guys are using to shame other people for having different kind of talking points. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's how I perceive the shit. Now you could say, well, it's just logical that, you can't change people's behavior by, trying to cajole them or shame them into acting one way or the other. And I think for, the most part, that's true. You can't really shame a person in a society like this from doing whatever the fuck it is they want to do. I mean, they have rights, you know what I'm saying? You can't make a woman, like, if she wants to hoe, she can hoe. It's just like you're free to do that in America. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. But my thing is, man, at the end of the day, bro, it's about justice to me, man. So that's why I talk about justice-related issues, bro.
Right.
And it's about a closed mouth not getting fed, okay? So if you are the type of guy who is above the game, you avoided all the pitfalls, good for you, man. God bless you. Keep it pushing. Keep doing your thing. But then the question I have to ask is, what the fuck is the point of you being in the black manosphere then? Like, I mean, if it is such the case that everything is going right for you, not and no disrespect to anybody, but everything is going right, you got it all figured out, you know exactly what to fucking do, then why gravitate yourself to a space with people who are talking about justice-related issues? Or even if
go ahead.
Hold on, wait a minute. I want to get all of this out, and then you could, counter or say what it is that you after that. But I mean, look. So secondly, look, because I think that the space should be utilized to talk about justice-related issues, right? I think, and I think everybody has a perfect duty to advocate for justice, okay? Or at least if you don't advocate for justice, get out of the way of people who are actually doing so, Or if you can't do that, at least not scoff at or try to fucking stymie or fuck over people who are actually trying to, make, justice be something that obtains for a lot of people in our community. And let's just face it, we say we're logical here. We've done studies and analysis, man, breaking down the information that basically details the fact that Black men in general are on a downwardly mobile track in the United States. Those are just the fucking facts, okay? That's a justice-related issue that has something to do with systems and institutions, okay? Now, even men from wealthy families, boys from wealthy families, are on a downward trajectory. That's just the general trend. Okay, now if you're able to escape that, man, I'm glad that you're blessed. You know what I'm saying? I want Black men to thrive and to be able to function and do whatever the fuck it is they want to do, whether that be leaving the country. I want to see niggas being able to, pour up expensive drink, do whatever, ride nice cars, have nice houses. I want to see motherfuckers win. I want to see that. Okay, I don't want to scoff at or ridicule or humiliate a motherfucker that's having less fortune in life than I am, okay, or who's less educated than I am, or doesn't have access to the networks that I do. I don't like to walk around with arrogance on my shoulder and then downplay or like browbeat or humiliate motherfuckers who so-called on my level. To me, shit, like what goes around comes around. So if you walk around with a shitty attitude, acting arrogant as fuck, that shit can come back and get you and bite you in the ass in the long run. So anyway, my thing is, because I'm worried about justice, and I know it's a lady on the panel, so I'm gonna try to not be so vulgar as I normally would be. But at the end of the day, if
I'm an Army vet, sir. It's good.
So if a woman takes my kids away from me, and I love them and I want to see them, and they actually are my children, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fucking complain about it and try to raise consciousness and awareness about it, and refer to it as injustice and try to get other people to see it my way so that ultimately that situation can be one that other men like myself don't have to go through. Or if a woman lies to me about a kid being mine when it's not, and then makes me pay for it for 20 years, I'm going to say that that's some shit that's unjust. And I'm going to complain about it and let people know that it is unjust and that the law and the policy needs to change until a motherfucker can start to see my point of view. I'm going to continue to say shit about it, okay? Now, if people lie about abuse and they make references to things that are untrue empirically, okay, about like what's going on in terms of pathology in the Black community or elsewhere in the world, I'm going to step up and say, that's not accurate. Now, I get, it might be the case that what I say might not have any impact at all. It could be the case that like my saying that, okay, look, women also assault their partners. Somebody might not resonate with that whole idea or that concept, but if it's the case that it's true, I'm still going to say it. Just like Galileo said, look, it moves. Meaning the earth actually does, even though everybody around me says that, okay, it doesn't matter if you say it, it doesn't matter if if it's true, I'm going to say what the truth is, regardless whether or not it has any impact on how people behave or what they do. Okay. So go ahead, bro.
I think you might be confusing what you're talking about, which me and you were talking about earlier, and we have spoken on it often. I don't think that fighting for legislation and things of that nature is the same as shaming the women back into relationships. It's not the same. I think that what you're saying right now, and welcome Tile City, I see you. I think that what you're saying is worth doing. That's why I say, when they talk about no fault divorces and things of this nature, understand that when you're fighting for rights of men or rights of boys, I'm not mad at that. But when you're going about it in the manner that you're speaking, or even calling it out, is all good with me. To me, that's not shaming, blaming, or explaining. You're just putting the information out. This is what we do. This is what I do. But there is a difference between that and what we're talking about. That is, in my opinion, that is not S.B.E. In my opinion.
Okay, so look, this is what I say about. Okay, so let me rephrase let me just say this shit. I told motherfuckers a long time ago, since like me being intelligent and talking like a motherfucker who's, you know, has some substance about him really doesn't resonate with some of you niggas. Actually, I'm a street nigga. I've been to prison the whole nine. I am a pookie. So if you get disrespectful, I'm not above smacking the shit out of a motherfucker or filling the nigga, you know, with a bullet hole. So whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, my whole thing is this. I told motherfuckers from day one, if you got girl problems, I feel bad from you, son. I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. I'm not trying to teach you how to have motherfucking success with the ladies. I'm not a goddamn game coach. All I got is advice to tell you about justice. Now, it takes time. I must admit, justice doesn't come immediately. The first thing you got to do is you got to have some motherfucking, you know, consciousness raising, or you got to identify what the problem is. Then you got to start to try to develop some sort of policy initiatives or formulate some policy. Then you have to work endlessly or tirelessly to try to get the policies adopted. Then you got to try to get the motherfuckers implemented. Then you got to go through a process of evaluating whether or not the policy is actually working that you're proposing, because it's a chance that it might not. You know what I'm saying? But the whole point is to get black men politically involved. And a lot of niggas are not. Untitled, now, hold on, wait a minute. I'm looking at this untitled. Man, nigga, fuck you. Pussy ass nigga. Now I'm saying I'm from Huntsville, Texas. I live in Huntsville, Texas, nigga. I can come to Chicago, wherever the fuck you want, bitch ass nigga. Fuck you. You got something to say, hoe ass nigga, say it. Bitch ass nigga. I don't like hoe ass niggas getting tough. You the one acting tough and acting ignorant, talking about motherfuckers.
Oh, you talking that guy in the chat, G.
Yeah, he's a hoe ass nigga.
G. Let's not do that,
bro. I'm just saying that nigga's a hoe to me.
That's it. I hear you. We hear how you feel.
I ain't got time to respond. A whole bunch. Look, I'm gonna tell you like this, nigga. I don't have to play games with bitch ass niggas, period, dog. Now,
G, we're not gonna do 10 minutes of you cursing out a nigga in the chat room, bro. We're not gonna do it. Listen to what I'm saying. What you're talking about with policy is not the same as shaming bitches into acting right. It's not.
I'm not trying to. I've never tried to get bitches to act right. Like,
I'm not saying you. That's what's being discussed. I got two guys who haven't spoken.
Let me chime in real quick. Because what G was talking about was just not S.B.E. at all.
Thank you. I agree.
It would be more like if he was like, this woman won't let me see my child. Let me bring some stats, facts, and data to her so she can understand what she's doing wrong. You see what I'm saying? This is where a lot of this stuff get twisted at, is where you got guys who saying that women don't know what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? And it's our job to correct them. You see what I'm saying? Meanwhile, the focus is on correcting them. More guys are going to start messing up. You see what I'm saying? That's the premise of S.B.E. really. That's why it follows hashtag they know, hashtag they don't care. You see what I'm saying?
Well, my whole thing is this.
That's the premise. No, I agree with the whole going through justice.
I get the point. The point is, stop trying to convince these chicks to be what they ain't gonna be. I get it. But then my question is, what the fuck is half of you niggas even doing in the manosphere anyway?
I don't understand the question.
I agree.
Understand the question. Here it is. The manosphere, by manosphere niggas who are frequenting the space and hover around and hang around the space, or saying the space is pointless and that the motherfuckers who are in the space aren't really giving them any substance or outcome that can change the trajectory of their lives.
Hold on one second.
That's the gaslighting.
Who here is saying that?
Yeah, that's the gaslighting.
I'm not saying that. So who else is here? Who feels that way in the chat or on the panel? Who's saying that?
It's people who are offended by what we're saying, or just gaslighting people into trying to.
But dog, I'm saying this. Just peep the game, right? If it's the case that the best course of action is to improve yourself, right? And to avoid bitches, right? And to get your paper up, right? And to basically, like, do you by you and yourself, right?
Right. So
what the fuck I'm saying, what the fuck is the point of being a part of a community, talking about anything at all? Why not just go out there and get your fucking paper? What's the point of talking to a whole bunch of niggas about anything?
Hold on. See, that's
it's hard work. That's why.
Let him
no,
respond.
No.
Let Ty respond.
This is why it should be, you know what I'm saying, men talking amongst men, because that's what the objective should be. You see what I'm saying? It's not a thing. It's not a thing of why talk to anybody. It's just we all have identified these problems. You see what I'm saying? But the problem doesn't start with what we already identified the problem as. You see what I'm saying? Engaging with problematic women about what they actually is what they know they are. You see what I'm saying? And know what they do. You see, and they do these things purposely. We can't be acting like we have to go on this mission to do this experiment to see how many of them we can. No, you see what I'm saying? That's backwards. I think that we should be talking amongst each other. You know what I'm saying? That way, so more men can get the message. Not about.
Okay.
Think about it like. Let me say this. Think about this, right? A guy has issues he's going through in life. He stumbles upon a place where men are supposedly be for men. But when he gets there, they're talking about what women need to do.
Gee, me and you have had a couple of conversations where, you know, we'll talk about, you know, the things that women are doing, not just to us, but to the children and in the community and in the culture. And you've heard me, and I'm talking about on your channel, say numerous times, you know, like these women don't want what we want. You've heard me say that before. You've heard all of these things. You will never hear me say that, you know, men should not, you know, practice some sort of advocacy, this, that, and the other. I think that, you know, the things that you're saying is things that I endorse, and also the things that Dr. T said. I think that people are looking at, let's say you do a video and you're talking about, you know, again, the black boy illiteracy, or the, you know, mothers, you know, they you know, they believe that their son's education is not important, this, that, and the other, and they push the girls out and this and that and the other. And I think that some S.B.E guys view this as some sort of tactic to change the women with guilt about these outcomes. I don't agree with it, but I've heard guys say this to where it's like, okay, and the MOT said it, you know, pretty much that some guys in the manosphere are using these bad outcomes to shame or guilt women into changing. Ty, is that correct?
I mean, that's pretty much the gist of it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like,
go
ahead.
So what I'll say is this, right? I don't think that's everyone's intention. I think that, like, for me personally, right? When I get on YouTube and I say the things I say, and I post whatever I post, and I put up a website of a study that was done and this and that and the other. It's not for women. This again, my channel, I say it outright. I don't do content to convince women into any change of behavior or none of that shit. And if you listen to enough of my shit, it'll become apparently crystal clear that that's not what I'm here for. What I'm here for is to let men know these are the reasons why you should walk away. These are the reasons why you withdraw your participation. These are the reasons. And I often, me personally, if you want to call it a kind of S.B.E that I do, where I tell men, we got all this proof, all this information that we know. Gigi will post it, Tiasan will post it, BGS will post it. Everybody will post this same information to these guys, and they still are like, well, we don't want to walk away from these chicks. We want them to stop. Make it stop. No, nigga, I can't make it stop. You understand what I'm saying? So this is not about, and I'm speaking, I think I can speak for Gigi. You know, these guys are not doing that for that purpose. Now, do there exist content creators who want to shame women back into an apron? Yeah, they do exist. But what I'm saying is there are guys who are doing this sort of content. And I'm talking about facts, figures, and, you know, history and things like that nature. And they're not doing it for that purpose. They're not doing it to save a community or to save Black relationships or any of that. And I'm Gigi, I'm speaking for you. And if I'm speaking incorrectly, let me know. But that's the way I've always taken it, because me and Gigi have had numerous conversations just like that. This content is for men to understand that the monster that they're dealing with. I've said it a million times. SBE, walk away, get away from it. Do what you got to do. If you find a Black woman that is on your team, cool. I'm not against Black men being with Black women. I'm against Black men succumbing to bullshit. Now, again,
I can agree with that. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, the only thing I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to be a relationship coach to tell you to hate women. Like if you find a good chick that's a rioter, that's a great thing. That's a benefit. Because I mean, you know, like who wouldn't want to find something like that's precious, like rubies and emeralds, if you can get one. But you know, like you live in a system where, you know, women have been educated and trained to fuck you over and to extort you and to exploit you if they can. And it doesn't matter. Like a lot of guys worry about like trying to get their paper up so they can actually get women and shit like this. Bruh, that's defeating the purpose in the first place. Because all you're gonna do is go out there and earn the shit to get a chick, and she gonna take your shit anyway. Because that's what you got the money for, to give it up. So at the end of the day, man, like it's so many pitfalls and traps out here. Now, I can say this: if you're a man and you ain't got no kids, okay, you ain't been to prison or none of that shit, you ain't got no babies out here, you know what I'm saying, like with different chicks and shit like that, you already winning. You really ain't got shit to complain about.
Oh, yeah. At that point, it becomes maintaining something that you should be accustomed to. But like again, my stance is, I'm not the relationship guy, I'm not the marriage guy, but I always say have the information. That's where I'm at with it. Have the information.
Come on, man. What the fuck is all that crazy shit, man? Look,
ignore the chat, bro.
That's probably a troll, bro.
No, that's Ed, man.
No, that's Ed. But Gigi, check this out.
No, that ain't Ed, man. He's wild. That's a troll account.
Oh, okay, that might be. But check this out. That's funny.
But listen to what I'm saying, man. Look, at the end of the day, all I can say is this, bro. Look, at the end of the day, man, it's a lot of shit that Black men are dealing with. If you avoid the pitfalls and you avoid the traps and all of this kind of shit, good for you. Okay. But to me, it's a lot of Black men in the manosphere that hate Black men worse than bitches ever did.
Right.
And that's just how it is.
That's absolutely true.
So at the end of the day, that's why I say a lot of niggas here are bitches. They wouldn't bust a grape in a wine factory. They talk a lot of shit behind avatars on social media, but they wouldn't do shit if you was in their face. The motherfuckers will shrink like nuts getting wet. That's why I don't like That's why I don't like to fuck around with a lot of dudes, man, and go on a lot of panels and chats. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these niggas is some bitch ass niggas, and really, actually, what they like to do is they like to humiliate other men in order to big themselves up. And that's this I don't condone. That's bitch made shit to me.
Gee, this is what I be needing niggas to do though, right? I need dudes to be honest about what their goal is, right? Now, again,
I want to see niggas win. I want to see all niggas win, not just so-called. I'm saying this. I want to see Black men win. I want to see niggas, even niggas that hate me. I want to see you win.
No, but listen.
I want to see you win.
Jay, I want to finish the point. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm with you. I want niggas to win. by any means necessary, right? All this talk about, you know, saving Black culture and ADOS culture and being blended and all of that is scare tactic, in my opinion, to draw men back into the conversation with it, because now it ain't Black women no more. Now it's ADOS women, right? See, the whole ADOS conversation started about reparations, and now it's leaked into this conversation about what Black men need to do. And let's keep it real, like, you know, and G, you already know, when we have those ADOS discussions, you know where I stand. But where I draw the line is, before it was about genetic annihilation, which Black people ain't got to worry about because we are a global genetic majority. That's number one. You could fit 4 or 5 Americas in Africa, right? But now it's about, oh, we got to preserve ADOS culture, right? So now Black men are being recruited or trained into this idea that, well, if you walk away from your women or you don't get your women in step, then your culture will fall apart, right? And nobody gives a bro. I am here.
Hey Marcus, I got it.
Right.
I gotta chime in on that, because I want to say this, right? It's funny to me because I've heard the guys who would say, not our women, right? They will say, not our women. When it's convenient, they'll hide under this community mask stuff. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but the reason why I say,
when you say, what I'm saying is, when you say people got to be honest, I agree with you. People do got to be honest. Oh, BGS would always say, not our women. Sometimes men will be like, these are our women. And BGS will correct them like, they're not our women. You know what I'm saying? And now it's well, what happened to the community, this, that, and the third. You see what I'm saying? And I believe G right here, I think he is sincere about his sentiments about the community.
Yeah, I know.
You see what I'm saying? So whenever it hit the fan, you know what I'm saying? We get to hide behind, you know what I'm saying, the community guys.
Well, look, I understand that, like, the community is not really offering a lot to Black men. Okay, other than prison, baby mamas, child support, you know, a quick ride to the motherfucking jail cell, a whole bunch of violence, and a whole bunch of other dumb shit. I understand it. I get it. My whole thing is, man, look, there are people teaching classes. There have been books written about this shit. I mean, I know a lot of y'all guys think that you got all the fucking answers, but look, a lot of y'all haven't studied shit. You just use folk wisdom, and you think your folk wisdom is going to get you through the grid. At the end of the day, man, it's a lot of factors, a lot of correlates that's creating the conditions in the Black community, man, that exist. Now, I ain't saying I got all the answers myself, bro, but I know one thing, man. It's a lot of crabs in the buckets, and it's a lot of Black men who hate each other, bro.
But what I'm saying is, I believe that you actually are about that, though. You know what I'm saying? I think that the mission that you're on, I know that you fully believe in it. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing it just to and not believing in it.
Oh no, well, I get that. Like, but beyond my sincerity or my so-called inauthenticity related to this issue, man, look, my whole viewpoint on it is this, okay? You don't get the team that you can't pick the team you work with in a situation like this, other than if you exercise your option to get the fuck out or to say, hey, I'm done with you motherfuckers, okay? But the problem is, because nobody else really fucks with us, ain't nowhere else to go but fuck with us. That's the fucked up thing. It's a catch-22, because you know you really don't want to deal with a whole bunch of Negroes that's on some low-life shit, but it's unfortunate that's all you got to deal with. I mean, like, you remember the Juvenile song, you come up with them niggas, huh? You stuck with them niggas, huh?
So just so I understand. In terms of what, when you say that?
What I mean is, okay, so you do have I said there's 3 options. 1, you can get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
2, you can just worry about your goddamn self and leave everybody else alone and just worry about your own paper. Okay. Hopefully you can find a chick. They call it finding a unicorn in the MGTOW community, right? you can find a unicorn, but that unicorn can flip on you and turn into a crony, not a crony, but like a fucking witch or a succubus overnight, because people change. Okay. But you can find you a good one. If you can live that sort of life, man, great. But know that things can change, like how everything is subject to change. So you got to be ready to improvise. Know that the system is working, adversely towards you. But number two or number three, get some guns and try to resist against the shit. But that that's crazy. That's like suicide.
You talking about the government, or you talking about? Because I thought we were talking about black women. I want to keep this shit contextualized.
Well, okay, so look, to me, trying to change black women is possible. Okay, some black women are amenable to reason. Okay, some, but the vast majority are going to continue to do what they've been doing. Like they're going to be on autopilot because they've been habituated to be the type of chicks that they are. This is Western society, man. They can do what the fuck they want to do. They got laws and policies that work to their advantage. That's why I said a long time ago, women had a ring of Gyges. I said it as a metaphor for people who are educated to know that they have power that you don't have. They have
understood. Go ahead.
They have the benefit of the doubt, whereas you don't have it. If she called the police, they're gonna believe you did something, even if she doing something. Okay.
Understood.
If she decides to terminate the union between you and her, typically she's going to get the kids, which means that she has like patriarchal power, but it's only manifested in her, in her power.
G, what I no disrespect. What I don't want to do in this conversation is talk about the things that we already know. Right?
Okay, so
we know what we
change it. You can't change the chick, bro. You can't change it.
Right. So okay, so then you kind of answered my question, but I was going to ask you, because I'm again, when I said I need people to be honest, because like these last few videos I've been asking motherfuckers tough questions, because I want to know where everybody stands, and I want them to be on record for saying where they stand. So I'm taking it from you, right, that you're not a save the community guy.
Am I a save the community guy? Like if saving the community means just having conversations with women, then no, I'm not a save the community guy. If having love for the community, meaning love for black folks in general, means somehow saving the community, then I guess I would be considered to save the community guy.
No, well, having love for black folks in general. I mean, I don't hate black people, but I understand what I'm dealing with, right? I understand the culture, right? So loving black people is not the same as, you throwing yourself into the burning house to put the fire out. So my question was really about, like, do you feel like we need to do, the work necessary to turn this ship around and get black women on code with us so that we can have a functioning community? Are you of that belief? Or do you believe that men should do that, or that should be a function of the manosphere in these conversations?
Well, let me put it this way. If there are women in the space or in the communities at large who actually want to, collaborate with you, or, want to actually, because there have been instances in the past where black women have actually done work that's been beneficial, not just for black women, but for the entire community.
But like, those are not the women. Those are not the women that have to be convinced. If you have, your Crimson Cures and your women like this who are already on board, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about preaching to the choir. What I'm talking about is the women who are not in step, not on code, ain't trying to hear you. I'm got my bag. I'm strong, black, independent. I don't need no man. Do you feel as though black men need to do some sort of rain dance to get these women to change so that we could have this community or community that everyone talks about? Are you of that? I'm asking a very specific question. Are you of that belief?
Man, I'm not of the belief of trying to convince anybody that doesn't want to be convinced. Like if somebody's not amenable to reason, I'm not going to try to, I'm not going to try to, convince anybody that doesn't want to be convinced. Kick rocks. Fuck you.
Yeah, right. That's the only thing. This is my only thing, right?
So look, my only thing is this. Everybody, whatever organization you're in, should try to have some kind of outreach efforts to some degree. But I mean, you have to understand, like, there are some people that you can reach that are going to, like, it's like being a salesman. Some people are going to buy what you're selling and some are not. You got to know when some people are not willing to, you know, buy into what you're selling. You got to leave alone and keep pushing.
See, but this is what I'm saying. G, you believe in that. You know what I'm saying? That's what. So when that you know of that, that's what you would want to see the outcomes be. You're not sitting here playing these. You know, well, there are people who can be reached, but you know, it's an experiment. We're just going to see what happens. You see what I'm saying? You're standing on solid footing. That's what I'm saying. Like you actually can have a starting point.
I mean, hey man, look,
that's what I'm saying. Like
each man has the capacity to do whatever he wants to do, man. Like I don't like, to me personally, what I see is, man, a lot of cats in here in this space disrespectful.
No. Hold on, no. Not
you personally. I don't think you're disrespectful, but I think, you know, like, differences of opinion in this space lead to discord and disrespect, and it's not necessary. It doesn't necessarily need to be. But the only thing I'm saying is, look, at the end of the day, bro, you have the capacity to do what you want, man. You're free. You guys are free to do what you want to, man. Nobody's forcing anybody to be online here listening to anybody talk or speak.
But I think we've addressed, we said as much, you know. I think Ramil said as much, Marty said as much, I've said as much. I don't think that we are trying to tell men what they can't say to women and this and that. My position, and you know my position, is okay for the guys who want to work this out, get back to the table to this and that. Cool. Have at it, right? Have at it. My position will never change. Have at it. And if you get pie on your face, I'm going to laugh at the pie on your face, because with all the information that we have in the reality that we live in, this idea, now if you got a few women who fuck with us, cool. There are women in the space. There are women in our chat who consume our content and all of that shit. Those are not the women we have to convince, right? We put our content, women gravitate towards it. We didn't drag them over here. We didn't do any of that. What I'm saying is this idea that, oh, your culture and the government is gonna blend you in and all that shit. Like, bro, like, when it comes to that sort of thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that level of trying to tell men, or trying to, you know, sell men this idea that they're going to be erased racially off the face of the earth, right? Like that's the type of stuff that, you know, I disagree with, because, you know, again, you already said it. These women that we're talking about, they're going to do what they want to do. They're not going to change. So to scare men with that ADOS culture thing, to send them on a fool's errand, because that's what it is. It's a fool's errand, right? If the shit would change on its own, that's cool, but it's not. It's not. There's no bargaining chip, no incentive, no forcing of the hand, none of that shit that black men have to make black women submit to their authority. We've addressed this shit all night, right? And it's been compared to white supremacy and white feminism and suffrage and all this other shit. And when I ask this question, nobody can answer it. I'm not talking about you, G. I'm talking about anyone who would advocate, you know, that men need to do this for the purposes of some sort of culture or genetic annihilation prevention strategy, right? So that's what I'm saying. When people start saying these things, I have to ask is this the ideas of the space? Because I don't think so, right? I don't think it is a function of the Black Manosphere to do that. I think that some might want the space to function that way, but that's not what this space was founded on. Or none of that shit. America started out, nobody paid fucking taxes. Now we pay taxes, right? My point is, I understand what you're saying. You're saying you ain't gonna have you ain't trying to explain nothing or change anybody that don't want to be changed. And there's people here in the space that would disagree with you. I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what Ty's saying. I just want Ty to understand that, you know, like you said, Ty, like the stats and figures thing. I don't think that is something that men are using to shame women, because most of the guys, the PhDs, they're not channels aimed at women.
No. I'm not talking about PhDs specifically. I'm just talking about people. Right. They hear these stats. Like, let's say like Fresh and Fit, right? Or you hear some of these guys, they start bringing up these stats in relation to how women are. You see what I'm saying? Like these, the stats are being used as talking points. You see what I'm saying? And then guys are delivering these talking points to women, and it was never meant for that.
So let me ask you, do you consider Fresh and Fit part of the Black Manosphere?
Absolutely not.
So then we can't use them as an example. We gotta keep, because when I was talking about PhDs, I was talking about guys who are in the space. So I want to be space.
I
want to be space specific, right?
Okay, yeah. Do you consider Obsidian part of the space?
Yeah, he's definitely part of the space, and I will acknowledge it's already been said.
Yeah.
But it's already been said.
You know, I think
when people. Okay,
let him finish. Ty, I want you to finish your point.
No, I'm saying that even in this space, you'll have women on panels and guys will blurt out these stats and statistics while going back and forth with these women.
Right. So I think that Obsidian is an example that we can all sit here and agree upon. That Obsidian is kind of like an island upon himself. Like, Obsidian does what Obsidian wants to do, and the only thing that I have a problem with,
hold on. That's why I call him the Manosphere GOAT, because it's just the passes that Obsidian just skates. You know what I'm saying? People are like, oh, that's just Obsidian, but he, you know what I'm saying? Like he know his audience, you know what I'm saying? And he killing it, you know? Yeah, and he's so unpredictable, and he just, you know, he is doing his thing though.
Obsidian, it's not that he gets passes. We understand that Obsidian is playing the YouTube game, and we all know it. He doesn't even apologize for it, right? He's playing, like, if Obsidian was pretending to want to, you know, advocate for men or change laws or like Gigi and the PhD, like these guys, Obsidian doesn't do that thing. He is a content creator with content strategy, and he plays the YouTube game. I don't think
is he a part of the Black Manosphere?
I can't deny that he is. Yes, he is.
That's what I'm saying.
He is, but we don't give him. Okay. So what do you want us to say about him? To tell or to express to you, he doesn't get a pass. Obsidian gets called out all the time. I don't.
It doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Like, and I always make fun of people who try to make like Obsidian like feel some type of way or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So and people try to like have like arguments and go back with it, but they don't understand that he don't give a fuck. You know?
Yeah. So
right.
So
hold on. Somebody say, why do I want to hold the space accountable? I don't. Like, Obsidian is just an example of like how far does one go before people be like, all right, he's not part of the space.
No, we say he's part of the space because I guess he's one of the guys. I think him and O'Shea. I've been known to say that these guys, you know, they started off as Black Manosphere and they, in a way, have transcended past it, right? To where, you know, these guys, they kind of like, you know, how Redman could be on a track with anybody. These motherfuckers, especially Obsidian, could do content with anyone. Like he's kind of broadened himself outside of the context of the conversations that we have, but we don't pretend, right, that he's not what he is. Like we don't pretend. Like, so when you say give him a pass, understand, like nobody's gonna sit here and cap like, oh no, Obsidian don't do that. Nah, leave Obsidian
That's what I'm
alone.
saying. So when people say things like, who in the Black Manosphere is doing this ridiculous? People say Obsidian. You see what I'm saying? Then it turns
nobody denied it. You didn't get any pushback from us. So what I will say is this: yeah, Obsidian does that, but what
Obsidian is outrageous. First of all, dog.
Right?
He outrageous.
But what I'm saying is
go ahead.
What the Manosphere or the Black Manosphere sometimes finds frustrating or annoying is that the whole space gets tagged with some shit Obsidian did. And only Obsidian did, right? So if Obsidian does it, whatever Obsidian does, the space did.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, because he part of the space.
No, he a part of the space. So hold on. That's a little fallacious. So you saying that the entire Manosphere is all in tandem with whatever Obsidian does? I don't think
no.
Right.
I'm not saying that.
So that's what people talk about Pearl and shit like that. Now,
it's like saying you disagree with Obsidian being outrageous, but
no,
he is part of the gang. You see what I'm saying?
Nobody disagree with that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you just gotta take whatever you got. You know what I'm saying? Unless you say like, yeah, but we don't agree with what he does. You know what I'm saying? It's just funny because he's put in the space in these positions. You see what I'm saying?
No, it's because it's like saying, okay, if Al Qaeda blows some shit up, then Islam is blowing shit up, right? So yeah, they're Islamic, they practice Islam, but you're blaming an extremist group on the entire religion, right? So my point is, for people who are opposed to the message of the space, they're gonna reach for the most outrageous motherfucker and then say this is what the Manosphere is about, what this one guy is doing, right? So you know, you got a bad kid in your house and the rest of your kids get straight A's and they go to school every day, and I'm gonna say, well, you're a bad parent because you got one son who out here fucking shit up, right? So you can't do that. It's what happens with black men. Like, okay, we got some thugs, so niggas is thugs. All y'all black motherfuckers is thugs. All y'all are baby fathers. So understand that it's kind of fallacious. Like, you can't tag the whole Manosphere on the actions of one member of the Manosphere. Especially,
I don't think he. I think most people think that Obsidian is outrageous.
Okay, so now if you're on another panel and you got somebody saying, "Oh, nah, leave Obsidian alone. He's this, he's that. He don't do this, he don't do that," and they're trying to cap like he's not who he is. If you're on a different panel and you're getting that type of pushback, please address that. But nobody here, we are all aware of the fuckery of Obsidian, and at times, it's like Ramil said, shit is entertaining, right? He said
yes, that's why I call him the evil genius.
Right. Let me just say this, man, because I'm about to burn out, man. Look,
no doubt.
This space, man, the YouTube is about motherfucking, like, just be honest about it, man. It's a way to earn revenue, dog. Motherfuckers, people in a rat race to get money, and they're gonna do what they can to get money, man. And it just so happens that, you know, to a minimal degree at least, you know, motherfuckers, you know, they can make money off trauma bonded with niggas in the Manosphere. It's fucked up, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you can say what you want to say about it, but I've seen it done, bro. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And some motherfuckers in the space get jealous of how other people are able to generate this amount of money, so niggas pocket watch each other and all this kind of shit in this space. Then you got a lot of men who are contemptuous of other men, and then, you know, ideological, you know, they married to niggas in the space, or they like his personality and all this shit. You got nut riding niggas in the space and all kind of shit. So it is what it is, man. You know, like all I can say is I just want to see Negroes win. Even the niggas that hate me, I want to see y'all win. Because the more you win, the less attention you got to pay to me. And you can go get about your business and doing what you need to do for yourself. And if you got a family, to attend to the needs of your family. That way you ain't got to pay attention to me. To be perfectly honest, man, I want to put the manosphere out of business. So you ain't got to worry about the manosphere. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you know, that's
quick shout out to Romello and for the Cash App. I ain't shout out my Cash App, so I'm just now seeing these notifications. Romello, I appreciate you, and you know, my man, Mikhail, you know, Ferg, shout out to you. But yeah, Gigi. Yeah, you were saying, you were talking.
I'm done, man. You know, like, look, man, it's 12 o'clock, man, where I'm at, and tired as fuck, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to eat a little bit, man, and take my ass to bed, man. That's all I'm about to do, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And let me tell you something. The manosphere ain't never going nowhere. It's gonna be here for a long time because and this is just what it is. As the social conditions get worse, men are going to search this stuff out. They're going, you know what I'm saying? They're going to try to search this stuff out. And unfortunately, they're going to get here and they're going to hear a whole bunch about what women need to do.
Real quick, likes. Let me tell you, hit the like button, please. Hit the like button. Go ahead, G.
I will say this. There is no getting around, to some degree, Black men having the thought, whether it's effective or not, whether it's realistic or not, that women ought to be a certain fucking kind of way. You'll never be able to get past that shit. Okay. So, I mean, you know, unless you are disciplined enough to force yourself to be of the mindset that, you know, you're not trying to control or to, you know, like modify anybody else's behavior. That's some stoicism shit, though. That's like,
but they're not the only women available.
And that's very true. But like, you know,
think
black
men tend to, real quick, black men tend to talk. First of all, we swirl out, date out, marry out, whatever you want to call it, easier than the women that we're acting like we're stuck with. Right?
See, hold on. See, that's how I gotta give you some pushback, dog. But listen, niggas gonna fuck with black women, bro. Period, dog. I don't care about, you know, I know people who push the S.B.E and all that stuff, bro. Listen, niggas, hey, that's one thing that, you know, guys, you can promote it all you want, but niggas love black women, dog. Sorry, and listen, I'm the one who I've been interracial dating my whole life, fam, and it is not something that a lot of guys do. You know what I'm saying? I remember going out and talking to different racial, and niggas would just be, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't going. I'm just being honest. And I think that is one thing that, you know, guys are gonna have to come into.
No,
you know,
let me clarify this, Todd. I'm not saying, look, if black women will have you, have them. When I say SYS, I understand what Mad Bus Driver and them motherfuckers is over there talking about. When I hear the term "save yourself, black man," it doesn't immediately ring to me, hey, go get a white bitch. That's not what it immediately says to me. It means whatever your issue is, find a solution to your issue, right? If your issue is black women, go that way. If your issue is this, do this, whatever, as opposed to just, hey man, what is we's gonna do? What is we's gonna? I'm not, and Chaos hasn't spoken yet. G, thanks for jumping up here, bro. I appreciate you. But my thing is, you know, what my thing is, and I just want to clarify that I'm gonna let you jump back in, is that I'm not preaching interracial as an absolute. I never do that. I don't get on here and talk about black women is ugly and they stink and they look like monkeys. I don't do that shit. I'm not against black men with black women. I'm not against black relationships. I'm not. I'm against men dealing with bullshit. And if you're going to deal with bullshit, don't go into the bullshit and then complain about how you got fucked up, right? And then find another situation that was like the last one, and this repeat, just like the bitches that find the niggas that keep whooping their ass or doing this or doing that to them. I have no sympathy for people who continue to enter situations that ain't working. That's what I'm saying. I fuck with black women, bro. I fuck with black women.
I'm telling you, most black men would rather change black women than to like expand their options, bro. They rather, and that's a big thing too, where it's like, even with the passport bros, they gotta review what black women are saying about, because they want them to learn their lessons. You see what I'm saying? They want them to see what they supposed to be acting like. You see what I'm saying? It's always some, that's what I see. That's what I see. And I'm here in the DFW area where there's a bunch of mixed people all over the place, because a lot of black people have moved up over the, last few days. So these neighborhoods are mixed. So the kids, they was brought up, under those conditions where they don't even think like that.
But we got a lot
at our age, 35, 30, they not really rushing out to just like be with other women like that.
No, it's cool. That's cool if it's working for them. What I don't want to hear is how the bitch did you dirty, and you gonna keep dealing with dirty bitches doing you dirty. Like, that's a shout out to Shaka. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't look, if you're gonna run into the burning building and you get burned, right? She behind the house. She ain't in the house. Hell, but she behind the motherfucker. You sound like she in the motherfucker. You running that bitch.
Yeah.
Lucy with the football, pulling the shit away. You try to kick, you on some Charlie Brown shit, bust your ass. Ha ha. And then you do the shit tomorrow. That's what I'm talking about here. Hey, Lucy, I broke my leg yesterday. You really shouldn't pull that football while I'm trying to kick it. All right, Charlie Brown, I won't do it this time. And then you go kick the shit again as an experiment. And you do it as an experiment just to see, maybe she won't move the football this time, and I'll kick it, and she'll see that I'm a great football kicker. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? This is I understand this is what niggas are going to do. And I'm saying, well, if you want to do that, you deserve that broken leg, nigga. We tell women, hey, the results of your choices are yours. We tell women that. Kevin was S.B.E. to death, right? Kevin told these chicks, you get the results of your choices. The same shit, the rules don't change for niggas. It don't change for niggas. We all on this internet talking about how all the terrible shit that men are doing, and they still jumping out the window.
Oh no, that's why I say, at this point, dudes volunteer for this shit now.
Right.
And like, it's hard for me to have sympathy and empathy for some of this shit. It's just like, man, that's why we say whatever happens after you trust a woman is your fault.
Right.
Nobody's caught off guard by none of this shit no more. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's almost like, well, what's the worst that can happen? I don't know. Everything you've seen for the last 20, 30 years could happen. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's where I'm at with it.
I'm about to let Chaos jump ahead. One more thing I want to say is we tell these women that complain about fuck boys and this types and that types. You dating the dude with the 8 baby mamas. He already got 8 baby mamas. He got the criminal record. He got all this shit going on. But you gonna be the different one with your magical pussy. You're gonna change him, right? And then
okay,
womp,
I get your point.
right?
Yeah, that's
right.
a good point.
Right. Then womp, right? And then we all laugh, ha ha. We told you, right? All these same dudes that are trying to get the women to change. They look at these chicks that chase these same niggas, get done dirty, and these chicks will try to, get their sympathy. Oh, look what the men did to me. Like, you baby mama number 9, and you out here looking crazy, and you got ran through pussy and all this other shit, right? You got ran through pussy and all this other shit, and we say, well, that's what you get. But somehow it's incumbent upon black men to save the genetics and the culture and all. They not doing it. If your counterpart, ain't interested, they not interested in your mission. So all these things about, when we talk about, hey, I see BGS, I see you there. All these things about what the government is planning for us to do and all this and all that. Yo, these bitches done signed their deal with the government. They said, fuck your community. They said, fuck your community to your face, nigga, in the 60s, 70s, 80s. So in 2023, the new niggas is supposed to, oh shit, we about to be annihilated genetically and culturally and all this other shit. No, they did that. The issue rests with them. Chaos, talk to me, bro. You haven't spoken all night. Talk to me, Chaos. Thank you for your patience.
Let me say this, man. You heard what Alpha Male Strategy said years ago. He said, "You fuck these hoes to sleep." If anything else, dudes just want to get access. Once you get access, you only hear niggas talking. Let's keep it real. At least when we're giving up the pussy like they should be, I don't think this space will exist. Now I think about it, personally, and that's just what I'm observing, and this is the honest truth. So if they're not, I say you're going to do what you have to do. You get me? Because let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, Marcus. Let's be honest. In regards to what their mate selection, a lot of information has been shown that they've been dabbling in other milk, the ladies.
Right.
And I have some stream on this because I discovered this from certain sectors in space about this. And I'm saying to this that regardless of the decisions, they are by default going to be stuck with black men here in America. These ladies, because they're not doing what is necessary, and if they could, only a few could only get, the dating options out. And let's be honest, they're not going to other countries. If it's not a first world nation, they're not going to Africa. African men not gonna play with that shit. They will give them the Mutombo in a minute. So all this hoopla, it's nice in nature, but we gotta keep it real. If they were just giving up the box, these conversations would not exist. I'm just observing. This is just me. But,
yeah. So I want Sexy Red, you still there?
Is she gone?
I don't know if she's still there. But this is what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Check this out.
Yeah.
I want to say this. Right, because I want to, because you haven't spoken all night neither. But I want to say this real quick, and then I'm gonna hand you the mic, and then I want to get back to Ty. And Ty, I appreciate you jumping in here, bro. What I'm saying is this: I understand, right, that the black manosphere is necessary.
I want to say this because he brought up alpha male strategies with this fuck these hoes to sleep shit, and man, that shit sound good, but dudes want to know about relationships. That's what dudes is. You know what I'm saying? That's where dudes went wrong. That's where they're trying to make it work at. I hate that. One thing I didn't like about alpha male strategies, it was just assume that niggas had a problem getting laid. You know what I'm saying? And that's not like
relationships.
But the niggas are complaining about not getting pussy
or marriage. What do you mean relationship? They want long term relationships. What they seeking? Long, short relationships, and what?
It depends on who you're talking about. I got guys on Facebook that are complaining about you know, dudes ain't getting pussy. I see guys complaining about marriage. You know, I'm seeing you know, I'm seeing different arguments. Understand, right?
Well, marriage is fine.
I'm not against dating coaches because some guys need them. Some guys need them. They just need them. Yo, what do you want me to say? Like, yo, listen, a lot of look, man. Come on, man. Let's stop bullshitting. Like every nigga ain't smooth daddy pimp nigga that they claim to be on this internet.
No, I get you, bro. But man, I'm just keeping it a buck, fam. Like, to me, the reason why they should be blowing up like that is because like white boys be on their shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not. It is some niggas out here who, you know what I'm saying, can't communicate. But for the most part, I think dudes trying to figure out the relationship piece, man. You know, some of these niggas, man, if they got to where they was just fucking bitches, they probably feel bad about it, man.
No, I got you, man. But my point is, and then I want to talk to Red in a second. My point is this, man. Black manosphere is necessary, right? It's necessary. I mean, back in the day, you know, and people were mad at Kevin. A lot of us didn't have this access to this information. So when BGS talks about what happened back in the day, or Dr. T's talking to, you know, everybody is putting up, you know, this information, this historical information. That's important for us in this generation to know, or the generation after us to know. So motherfuckers know how to move, because what they're dealing with is their mothers telling them or grooming them to be the same simp we talking about. See, right? So you need guys like us on the internet where these young dudes could tune in and hear what we talking about. Like, a lot of these, let's keep it real, right? A lot of niggas ain't had a father in their life, right? So then when they talk about, oh, your internet daddy, Kevin Samuels, you're gonna say that, right? But then at the same time, you're talking about,
yeah, but listen, think about this, right? A lot of this old data and stuff from the 60s and stuff, right? It was that bad back then, right? We talking about 40 years before social media. We talking about, do you know how outrageous this stuff done got now? I couldn't imagine. You see what I'm saying? Like,
be specific. What part of it?
What I'm saying is that the way things are now, as far as dating, relationships, and women having all the agency and shit like that, we talking about, it's probably 1,000-fold right now. You see what I'm saying? Think about it. 63. You probably had a good chance of keeping some shit together. You see what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? Reference to what channels? Wait, I'm lost a second.
Okay, so in 1963, where we talking about all of this data and stuff, right? From the 60s, you probably had a good chance of holding some shit together back then.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are we talking about a situation that's probably 1,000 times worse?
Right.
Okay.
Well, you had a better chance. I mean, shit was still kind of fucked up back then too. And my thing is, you know, we have the data. I mean, we talk about all this Monahan shit and shit like that. And then fast forward to now, it's like you're tasking, like you said, in a worse situation, the younger generation to turn the ship around. It didn't get turned around when shit was not as bad, right?
Exactly.
And you want them to maybe sacrifice themselves for this purpose. And you know, I just don't, I can't co-sign that. I can't co-sign.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Right. I can't.
It's easy to be like, look how bad it was here. Now we making a change. Now it's like, what?
Right.
This shit was over with.
Nah, fuck that.
Man, it's not me, fam. Not me.
Right.
Bro.
So that's what I'm saying. Red. So let now you know, motherfucker done cursed out Sexy Red all night. I've heard the name before. I've never had a conversation with you. So I kind of want to get a feel for where your head is at. This is your first time here. This is your first time talking to me. Are you there?
Yeah, but I actually gotta go. I'm sorry.
Well, you could drop
for having me.
Okay. I was gonna have you drop a friendly word. Well, she's gone. She's gone. So anyway, check it out. So that's my position on this. I can't, in good faith, tell a motherfucker to do some shit I wouldn't do. You understand what I'm saying? I can't do it. I can't do it. And so I do understand with some of the, you know, the S.B.E. movements, like some of the points that you know, well, shit, most of the points they make. I understand it. Now, Gigi says, well, if you ain't got no issues, why are you here? Well, shit, you know, the funny thing is my man is in the chat. Shout out to my man, Deuce.
Well, I can answer that.
but before you do, and I want you to speak. My thing is, when somebody says, well, why are you here if you don't have these issues? Well, I've said it a dozen times that I'm here to tell the young niggas what's good.
Man, see,
that's my own, and I'm here for the conversation. You know, people do content strategy, all that shit.
Let me
go ahead, bro.
Let me tell you about the young dudes, right? The young dudes created the term thought. You see what I'm saying? The young dudes, they know what time it is. You see what I'm saying? They not, and again, they are. It's scary how these young, that the young bitches is out here on social media, stuff like that. It was nothing high. There's no two-facedness in the younger people right now. But for me, I'll tell you why I'm here, and I don't have these problems because I did have these problems and I did solve them. And you know what I'm saying? I only tell people things based off of my own experience. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that I heard, you know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing that I had a front row seat to a lot of these issues. You see what I'm saying? And that's why when G was talking, you know, I was just like, I'm from all that. I just said, I said this like 2 or 3 times. Like I had 3 generations of men in my family was locked up at the same time. You see what I'm saying? I've seen the all the dysfunction and all the rest is, you know what I'm saying? Like before I even got here. So yeah, when I'm speaking from my own experience. You know, even though I don't have these problems anymore, you know, I was lucky to figure this stuff out. You know what I'm saying? Before I wasted my whole life, you know what I'm saying, trying to work this stuff out.
Right. So, you know, but I mean, look, we about to wrap this up. We going
see, hold on. Let me address this. See, it says the younger dudes are simps, painting their nails, paying for OnlyFans, switching genders. Stop it. Okay, so why aren't they engaging in these relationships? See what I'm saying? Why aren't they engaging in these relationships?
What kills me is like, what I don't understand is like, okay, you know, again, these terms that get thrown around, SYSBM and passport bro and all this other shit. Like, are these genuine things that are happening, or they just, hey bitches, if you don't get your shit together, I'm gonna fly over here, or I'm gonna fuck with the white bitch, or like, is it a genuine? Because again, when I'm in groups and this and that, and you know, you see these dudes that be like, we're gonna get the white bitches, and you don't never see them with the white bitches, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, is this? It's like a game of chicken that's going on with black men and women, where it's like, you know, when the women say, yeah, divesta, we gonna swirl out, like, nobody believes you. The motherfuckers don't want you. We know that.
Well, Well, let's be honest. You ever seen a lot of women don't show their mates on the average? You ever notice that, Marcus? They talk about they have somebody, you don't see the one they have.
Right, but what I'm saying is, but it's both sides though. Is
Okay.
women
Okay.
saying it.
We can agree that. We can agree that. We can agree.
Right, women are threatening to swirl out, and they can't. Right, most of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you know, we know what a black woman looks like that a white dude to fuck with. We know that. We know what they look like.
Yeah.
You know, slim, big balloon titties, no ass, high pitched voice. You know what I'm saying? All of that shit. We know what the white girls that white men fuck with look like. We know that, right? And when it comes to black men, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know the type of black men that white chicks, quality white women fuck with, right? Which is why the joke is usually made that, you know, black men don't get quality white women, because the average black man, like, you know, or the black man that the black women don't want, tend to get honey boo boo mama. Let's keep it real, right? That's what we see a lot. I'm not saying all of them, but that's what we see, right? What I'm saying is this: for the greater numbers of men that are saying, yo, fuck that, it's SBM, passport bro, and this and that. If that's the answer, then go do it. Then go do it. But you know, it's a game of chicken. Now, Ty, you know, I already know you're gonna say, you know, well, they want black men. I agree with you. I mean, pardon me, they want black women. I agree with you. These dudes want black women because, you know, the stats show that black men tend to trade out, right? More so than black women, at least, right?
Right.
Right. But if you're talking about trading out, then trade out. It's like what Gigi said. Yeah, trade out. So even Marty said, hey, man, I just fly out and I fuck with the bitches overseas. Cause niggas is broke. See, I got bread. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Everybody rich on this bitch.
Right. But no. Marty's official. Marty's official.
It's a lot of official niggas on here, man. Like
I speak to Marty behind this. Marty is somebody I know. So
I understand, but I'm just saying it's a lot of official. It's more official niggas around here than people think. You know what I'm saying? When they throw that up, it's just like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
They did business on this motherfucker with some rich black men. It's a lot of them around here. This, you know what I'm saying? It's not like, you know, so when I hear somebody be like, oh, these niggas broke or these niggas broke, I'm like, man, you don't even know.
But what I'm saying is, a lot of these dudes we talk about, for all their money, they still doing the struggle shit. Like, oh man, you know what I'm saying? Like, for all the bread in the world.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, Kev talking about, oh, you know, the chicks is looking for high value men, and the high value men is like, nah, we don't want them bitches, right?
Right.
But these guys, the high value men, kind of they want, it's not that they want these chicks, they want these chicks to change, just like the bitches want the fuck boys to act right. They don't want the niggas that's already functional. They want to functionalize the dysfunctional niggas. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I totally get what you said. I've been saying the same thing.
Right. They want, you know, a motherfucker with 8 felonies and this and that to turn his life around and be the correct nigga, because they think that them niggas that's doing it right with all the education they got, they don't want the niggas that's in school. Them niggas is lame. The niggas with the degrees is lame, but the bitches with the degrees is strong and independent.
Yeah,
the
but
niggas that ain't right. Go ahead.
The thing is, now what? You figured that out. Now what? Are you going to go tell them what they're doing? You see what I'm saying?
So, absolutely.
They know exactly what they're doing, and it's not. See, I'm tired of playing the dumb game. That's what tripped me out is you got to act like women don't know what they're doing.
Now we're aware. Look, what I like to do, if I have a chick on here and like Ramel said, it's a fun thing. Like I'll have a chick on here. If a chick jump on here, if she is bold enough to get on this motherfucker with me, you know, we have the conversation, and you know, she'll say something, and I question whatever I think is bullshit, right? Because I like these sorts of conversations. This isn't to, oh, I'm gonna get her to see the light and this and that. Oh yeah, okay, so I see where you coming from. Nah, I got an audience here. If I had the chick on the phone, it'd be different. But we're in front of an audience, and the thing is, the guys, they get off on that sort of conversation. They'll listen to me, you know, a bitch to death, right?
Nah, I'm sitting here call it the whoop that trick content.
Right. And then they get off the internet and they go back into the world and do the same shit that the content is saying, nah, don't do that. Right. So what I'm saying is, look, if it works, you with a black woman or any woman, throw out this idea that I want my baby to look like me. ADOS is not an argument, you know, for this conversation. ADOS was about reparations. ADOS was a category that you had to fit to be eligible for American reparations. It is not a discussion, or it's not a talking point to use to obligate men to black women as some sort of you know, cultural preservation issue. Because I think most people will say that there's a lot of things in our culture that's dysfunctional. What, is rap music gonna disappear if niggas start fucking with non-black women? I'm trying to understand what elements of our culture are we gonna lose because, you know, Raheem is with a Latina or an Asian chick.
Yeah, see, this all
and what, the white man is going to be rubbing his hands together like, yes, exactly what I wanted, like Palpatine and shit,
and make the sound.
right. Is this my master plan is working? No, the women said they not with it.
Yeah, so, and see, that's another thing too, because like when it comes to a lot of this stuff, even some of this data that's coming out, guys are saying things like, oh, it's because of, you know, men or whatnot. But I think that a lot of this stuff, you know what I'm saying, is going down, like the marriage rates and stuff. It's because women don't want it. Like women are saying they don't want to be married, you know. Even
well, actually, they do once they pass 30, 35, 30 some years old.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, but then they standards go through the roof. You're supposed to sell a car at the high price at the dealership, not at the used car dealership. You sell the you know, the Benz for the high price at the Benz dealership, and it still got the plastic and all that shit on it. You don't sell the Benz for the high price at Stevie's used car.
Yeah, certified pre-owned.
Right. As is title. Nah, that's not how that works. So, you know, what I'm saying is, for anybody who's preaching this ideology or anybody who's practicing it, understand, I hope it works out for you. Nothing is absolute, but the numbers are the numbers. And if it doesn't work out for you, you don't get to complain because you knew what you were getting into. Just like the women who date the you know, the 3-time felon, you knew what you was getting into. You fuck with Future, you knew what you was getting into. You're not a victim.
Oh no. They need to know.
You're not a victim.
They need to know. They need to know.
Right. So it's not a function in the manosphere to do that. I say SYS means save yourself. I'm not here to save you. The white man ain't here to save you. The black woman ain't here to save you. The white woman ain't here to save you. The cops, nobody's here to save you. Nobody's coming to save you. I thought we understood this by now. You have no friends. Nobody's coming to save you. Nobody owes you shit. Black men are being told that they have an obligation. They owe everybody else shit. Nobody owes the black men. The Republicans don't owe you shit. The Democrats don't owe. Nobody owes you shit. Black women don't owe you shit. Your wife don't even owe you pussy. This shit is crazy to me. And they ignore all of that to say, hey, man, you want your baby to look like you. Shit, 50 Cent, his second son, he has a relationship with. He can forget his first. And his son, that first son looks exactly like him. How did that work out? How did that work out? Yeah, let me get y'all closing thoughts, bro. I want to set these people free. I done held over 100 people up for over hours and hours. So go ahead.
Oh no, I was listening in. I just wanted to come through, chop it up, man. And
I appreciate it. I appreciate
it.
Man.
People, you know what I'm saying? They try to weasel out of this by saying, this is a way to attack people. It's like, man, what? You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to come here and clear that up, man. It's like
right, absolutely.
I wake up in the morning and try to attack motherfuckers like this. That's not even it, man. You know, that's not even it.
Don't go nowhere yet. Chaos.
You got to highlight this thing Rael said was profound. Check this highlight. Highlight his comment right here. The one
who's that?
Rael said women always comment. Highlight that.
So women always know what kind of man they're choosing. I've read women psychologists who say this. Never let a female lie to you and say she didn't know what kind of man she fucked. And that goes back to Ty and you know, even I guess my belief that, you know, women are adults, right? This is, to me, it's B1 pro-black philosophy that men are leaders and black women supposed to follow and yada yada. They're not functioning that way. They're not following you. You can't task men to be leaders if the women are cultured not to follow you. What the fuck are you leading?
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you this. I know you like to keep it on the premise of black men and black women, right. But the best S.B.E is coming from what they call the tradcon sector, the traditional conservative sector. Man, these women is tearing these white men the fuck up. They going crazy. They going crazy, and that's where the heavy is S.B.E going down there. And plus, hold on, let me say this. Let me say this one time. Let me say this one time, right? Because I got to defend myself because I was listening. I was like, I was attacking the black manosphere. Listen. The white S.B.E is colder, fam. I'm sorry. They got the cameras. They bring these bitches on their shit. Hey, listen. They talking hours and hours. They got, you know what I'm saying? Listen. The white man's S.B.E is colder. That's where I've been at. You know what I'm saying? Just Pearly Thieves, the other show, and all the rest of it. Listen, the white man's S.B.E is colder. Don't get it twisted over here acting like, oh, I'm just, you know what I'm saying, clipping niggas with this, they dry ass avatars and shit, saying the same ass shit they've been saying. No. These white boys got sex dolls at the table while they S.B.E. I'm talking about. I'm talking about the white man S.B.E is definitely colder.
But understand this, bro. When it comes to, you know, the boys and, you know, the alphabet boys and all these people looking at this space, they're not looking at us. They don't expect niggas to do shit. White boys are about that action. They are about that action. Number two, you understand, they actually have leverage, right?
See, even they lost it. They don't have the leverage like that.
No, I'm not saying they have. Not absolutely.
Are tearing their asses up, bro.
But see, when you look at, listen, it's just like the white feminists that gassed up black women, and then they go home to their husbands. A lot of these white boys, a lot of them are married. A lot of these isn't Rolo married? Rolo Tomasi, he's married, right?
Man, see, this is.
See, this is what I don't want to get caught up in, where we say, okay, as far as these, white manosphere guys or whatever, like, get motherfuckers all fired up and then go home to their wives, right? And then be the same motherfucker that they telling niggas not to be on the internet. You understand what I'm saying?
Like, no. I agree. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is,
talk to me, bro. What's up, man? Say it, get it out there, man. Keep on the channel, man.
I haven't seen Rolo's wife. You know what I'm saying? I would just say that.
Oh, you think he's capping?
No, I'm just saying I don't. I'm gonna just say it's easy to lower your standards and settle down with. So, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And make it last forever.
Spill the beans, man. Spill the beans.
No, that's all I'm saying. I don't be bigging these dudes up.
So, hold on. So you said okay, but okay.
Rolo is another dude who he again been married since the Reagan era. You see what I'm saying? Like, he can't, like, it's not there. You see what I'm saying? He don't know. He don't know.
But this is what I'm saying though, bro. What I'm saying is this. Look, I'm not even coming down on married brothers. We got married brothers in here, right? I'm sure. My thing is this, right? And you could be, listen, you could be a single man getting bitches, or you could be a married man in a situation and still have the same opinions on black male and female relationships, because it doesn't have to affect you for it to be true or for you to speak on it, right? So I just want to put that out there. But at the same time, right? What I'm saying is, when you talk about white folks, again, the way white men feel about shit is gonna hold more weight because they're a greater portion of the population. Again, this all goes back to who can sway votes and shit like that.
But that's how we ended up here. You see what I'm saying? They allowed the women to influence the, now we're here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's so far. Look how far they have to go to fight Roe v. Wade now.
Yeah. Right, but I would say, listen, okay, this feminism shit did more damage to us than it did to them.
That's true.
So while I agree with what you're saying, like,
bro, they got done pretty dirty. They got done.
No, they did. They did, but it's nothing like what we're dealing with. It's not even. It's man. It's not.
I'm telling you, man. No white boys getting their ass toe up, man.
I'm not saying that there ain't. You got white boys out here trying to fight their wife not to turn their son into a daughter. So I understand. I get it, but on our side, you got these motherfuckers don't even know they kids, and motherfuckers get locked up, and your credit fucked up, and you can't get a license, and all this other crazy shit, right? And then they're telling everybody else, all the other niggas that don't have kids, oh, the stepdad thing. We got stepdad culture over here. So understand, right? When white men get mad enough, and they ain't there yet, but when white men get mad enough, that's when shit gonna change. When shit starts getting shot up and shit like that, niggas don't do that. Niggas shame, blame, and explain. Come on, baby, why you acting like that? That ain't what them white boys gonna do. Like when Ed and BGS was talking about no fault divorce, that's the shit that they do. They take it to the legal system. We try to get online and have these conversations and discussions.
Don't
like that shit ain't gonna get laws passed. And then we'll say, oh, them white boys over there, they went and did some men's advocate shit and got some laws passed, and that has everything to do with the Black Manosphere. No, it doesn't.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, I've actually played some of these white men at some of these school board meetings about, you know what I'm saying, the bathrooms and stuff like that. Hey, man, I'm telling you, they ain't really got it like how, you know what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I'll be everywhere. I'll be watching everything. They ain't really got it like that.
I'm not saying that they do. I'm saying I'm making a relative comparison, right? And Rael, understand this, right? I understand what you're saying, right? I think that the whole LGBT shit will do more damage to America than just feminism. I'm not gonna say feminism ain't fucking shit up.
Yeah, but you gotta say that that's everything now. The way they done rolled everything into that, you gotta say that that's just, you know.
LGBTQ is a child of feminism.
Yeah, but think about this though. They rolled women's rights is rolled into that now too.
Well, yeah, so because you call them women.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you have women's rights or women's act. The feminism is rolled into that as well. That's what I'm saying. Like right now, it's just they've just been compounding and building this big monster. You know what I'm saying? And now to go and fight it, it's not like, oh, we just got to go stand up to the women. No, we got to stand up to the weirdos, the women. You know what I'm saying? And whatever else they done came up and added onto it.
I hear all of that, man, but
I'm telling you, man. Listen,
I'm saying.
Hold on. When they start letting girls be in the Boy Scouts, and here in Texas, these white boys act a damn fool about that shit. Guess what happened? Nothing.
What I'm saying is this, bro. You know, when it happens on their side, right? You know, and even past the the discussion about who got it worse, because we definitely got it worse, right?
No,
and that's not to say not to say
we definitely got it worse.
Right.
What I'm saying is
that's not to say that they have it great, but what I'm saying is the way they go about trying to move the needle is deeper than like what you said about the S.B.E. in the conversations on the internet. Understand that those people in government that are taking those men serious know that shit go off the internet. Niggas will get on the internet, they'll have these conversations, they'll put out this information and facts and figures and all of that shit. Or they might have some conversations that are off the internet where they're trying to explain to women what they're doing and the effects of it. But they know that it's not going to turn into no other shit. With these white boys, come on, man. We already know how they move. So what I'm saying is, whether it works or not, they don't want that sort of outcome because they know that white boys is about it.
Hold on. Let me tell you about some research that I did, right? So I was doing my research on the red pill or the manosphere being on the FBI watch list or whatever, right? So when I went and did the research on that, I found out that almost half of the FBI are females, and about another 7% on top of that is LGB whatever, right? So
you mean right now? Right now? Today, everybody has more women than men?
Yes, right now you could go on.
That's sad. That's sad.
FBI and see. So what I'm saying is that they've positioned themselves. Like they're not. This ain't like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what dudes be doing is just like women don't know no better. They're aligning themselves. They're going out the power. They're putting themselves. They're not having these same discussions that do. They're not trying to correct men. They're trying to punish men. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to use systems to go in. That's what they're doing. They're not trying to S.B.E. men. You see what I'm saying? So what we dealing with is, what was that? I think it was like a couple years ago. Somebody posted something, showed like all these black women were they all judges in this county somewhere. You see what I'm saying? And that's the shit that they own. And guys try to play this whole, you should be following me and doing what I say, but they about that power, man. Like I wish dudes would not act like women don't know what they doing.
Well, at the Keep It 100 channel, we're well aware that bitches know what the fuck they doing.
Oh no, I'm not saying you though. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not saying you saying me. I'm just putting it out there because a lot of times I get on my community tab or I'm here or I'm there, and then somebody will tell me, "Hey, Marcus, you said that this and this, and you felt this way, or you one of them niggas, or you had this person on your panel, and blase, 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 blah." So my thing is, I hate when motherfuckers, and I'm a firm belief in, the other guys will tell you that motherfuckers should vocally, separate themselves from anything that they could potentially get lumped into. So I'm one of them guys. I'm like, not to say that you are saying what anything about me, but I just want it understood by anybody who might be listening, and I want it on record that that's my position. So nobody could say, "Oh, you was on that shit." Nah, nigga, go watch the fucking video.
Oh yeah, that was something else that I found too with the FBI is that most of the FBI is not even heterosexual men, and I think it was like 95% are not field agents, so they on computers all day.
Right. That's all good. Shout out to Black Man Being Brutally Honest. He says he got a smoke show tomorrow at 11ish. Shaka says, keep it 100. You giving them white boys too much credit. They scared of their own. I'm talking about crazy motherfuckers that, likely to shoot shit up, do wild shit. I ain't talking about no organized shit. Like, they know that these motherfuckers, like, I ain't talking about as a movement. I'm talking about, you might get one Charlie Manson nigga to, decide, oh, this shit ain't going my way. I'm going to shoot up some randoms.
But look what they do with that. They go out and they say, well, men are the problem. They don't say that dude had an issue or whatever. I
get it.
They're going to say this. We have an incel problem. We have a problem with men not being able, toxic masculinity. You know what I'm saying? They start going. They be making the situation worse with all that.
Right. And the funny thing about that, Shaka, this white privilege turned into toxic masculinity. Well, shit, niggas ain't got no privilege, but we toxic masculinity, right? So whatever. But I want to wrap this up. We 5 hours in.
Yeah, you're 5 hours in.
Good discussion. A lot of and I gotta give BGS props, even though he taking shots. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of dudes, they ran with the whole playing victim shit. They didn't want to have the discussion. You know what I'm saying? They make up their own narratives about what S.B.E. means and playing dumb, and So, anyways, I'm glad the people having a discussion. Peace, Marcus, Chaos. I'll catch y'all boys later. Peace.
I appreciate you for jumping in here, man. Shout out to Ramil. Shout out to BGS Sidmore. Shout out to Ed. Gigi Green Gorilla was in here. This shit was lit, man. I didn't expect this shit to go like this. You know what I'm saying? I ain't expect this shit to go like this. Yeah, man. We had some heavy hitters in here tonight, hit that like button. Hit that like button. On your way out the door, hit that like button. And keep saying this shit. Hit that like button. Right? Yeah, man. My position on S.B.E. is, like I said, this is my final thoughts on this. It's a lot of guys that make content. I know these guys personally, right? So I know what their intentions on being in the space is. Gigi also says, YouTube is about getting money, whatever. You want to talk about Obsidian on his paper chase, whatever. That's what he does. We're all aware of it. Nobody caps like it's not that, but you can't put what he does on the entire space. That's one point. Another point is, we got academics here who put information, historical facts and things like that. BGS also. I guess different people have their different reasons for putting that information out there, right? I think T. Hassan Johnson's content and his mission behind the content is genuine, in my opinion. I co-sign the man, I vouch for him, all that shit, right? So whoever the fuck feels different, that's their opinion. As far as BGS Ed, you know what I'm saying? Again, they have different approaches to the issue than I would. We don't always agree, but these are my guys. And the funny thing is, like I said, I had a motherfucker tell, oh, you got BGS on your channel, you're a black nationalist. I would say this, right? I would say that some of the things that, and I can't speak necessarily for Ed because I've listened to more BGS. I've heard a lot of Ed, but I haven't heard Ed push any, I guess, black nationalist or pro-black sentiments. I would have to say that some of the things that BGS might be talking about rings of black nationalists or pro-blackness, right? There's nothing wrong with being pro-black as long as you're honest about, how pro-blackness affect, or the pro-black ideology affects us as men. And it doesn't work for us. Like it's not conducive to what black men are being asked for. It's not. It's pretty. You're asking us to run into a burning building, and B1 pro-blackness, black nationalism is pretty much telling us that the onus is on us to gamble our autonomy, our resources, our effort, and all of these things for the promise of something by telling us if we don't do it, then our culture, this and that will disappear and stuff like that, right? I don't think that BGS pushes the black woman is God thing. There's elements. I don't think that he's B1 to the extent of a Jason Black or others who shall remain nameless. But this idea of children who look like you and the black community and this and that and the other. I didn't get any words from Sexy Red, right? But maybe next time. But my thing is, I personally ain't about to tell young black men or black men my age to do shit that I wouldn't do. Right? I tell people all the time, if you want marriage, that's something that's better done outside of this country, in my opinion. Now, if you want to do it, Rolo telling motherfuckers to get vasectomies, which is extreme, but it's effective, right? If people think leaving the country to get married is extreme, you're welcome to that opinion. My thing is, again, what the risks here are, right? So if you think that your chances is better than all the other men in the dead nigga pile, then gamble. You're free to roll a dice. But you are the results of your choices. That's pretty much what it is, and that's where I stand on it. I'm not against black relationships. I think the manosphere is necessary. I'm here. I'm not anti-manosphere. Shout out to JC the Conqueror. He said, yeah, they're going to say he's anti-manosphere. No, I'm not anti-manosphere. I'm not anti-manosphere. But anyone who would accuse me of being anti-manosphere is like saying if I point out the problems with the government, that I'm not patriotic. You know what I'm saying? You could want to fix something. Now, I might be as crazy trying to fix the thinking of certain people in the manosphere as those people are trying to change the minds of black women.